Not only was there no sound, but the camera, I gotta find something to hold it with. Not only was there no sound, but the camera conked out on us. Now maybe if we could bring this cord around, maybe that'll help. If we could bring it around the back like that. No, because now it's heading too far to the back. So we gotta bring it around. It's not being held by nothing, that's the problem. Ain't nothing holding it. And we need something to hold it in place. Give me this. Give me these two batteries. Let's see if we can get them to work together. Okay. Now, it's not showing the phone. Yes, it is. Damn. And I got it just right. Okay, the foam is too long. Shucks. Okay. Yeah. Okay, what about now? Is it gonna stay? Okay, it appears to be stable. Now, let's go ahead and fix it. Filters. Crop pad. Anyway, for y'all.
Hey, yo. I'm Doggy Biscoff. How's some Korean convict criminals? Guys with work views, like me on Sunday night. Don't tell me I don't know how to rap. I was out when it first came out. I was rapping before the first even rap. They were trying to tell me how to rap. This goes out to them. Yeah, they said my style is hot. I see them, what says what you got. How many tracks you rock? How many spots you rock? The tears on the cell block out. Stop fun, stop hate, stop bitching. You want your kids to shut up and finish your bed. After your bed, so don't drop the soap. Cause you might get broke, violated. I bang more, I score more than them niggas like your dog, you know, chicken rump, wine, plus box up a bird, this rapist, and stranglers. And you wanna talk trash, but you can kiss my asshole. That's okay, I don't know your list been anyway. I know I'm wasting knowledge on the illiterate who attended the school of hard knocks. And of this, you better not, so don't try, yo. What? It won't fly. What? You can't impress me. What? You can't stress me. What? Something like you will pay for my studio, my house, and my beat, while you will be living off the street. I'll be pimping beats, rock country, R&B, and rap. You got more to music than this hip hop. A lot more. Keep on pressing, keep buckling, cause I'm not phased like special ed. Yo, I got it, mate. You said my style is love. You said I'm up because I'm not like you. I don't look like you, don't sound like you. Back here,
Don't wanna be around you.
I say fuck you, bitches. If I drop my stuff, I put it out there, sucker stick. I see you. Yeah, because these are suckers got no talent, no skill. How lies and punks. Who steal and deal, can't keep a real job. Oh, they hustle and wrong from that fellow man. Someone's got to take the stand for take back his land. From the crook, I see you out. The worst thing you see is nothing, really. I'm coming at you, still lying, front go to the street. Ouch! The truth thing, and I'm bringing it. I know you don't like it, you want to press it, so we got to spill it less, yo. Now that's deep. Yo, wake up, yo. We out, need to shake up. You say I'm what? You said I'm because I'm not like you. I don't look like you, don't sound like you. Back here, don't wanna be around you. I say fuck you. If y'all made hits that I could get with, then I wouldn't have to make my own. And you suckers wrong. So this is for my ears, but I'm gonna share the switch sound. I do for fans, you don't like it. Well, that's too damn bad. I'm gonna get back at your ride. In the back of my cab was a damn went on. All of the perform is a lost art. It's actually a part from the love. Simple text with that thing, but they take us and yo, that shit's whack. I bring the facts to light with a solution. delivery makes you think. Is the weed and Hennessy making your brain so sick? Then you already ran them. How you think you're gonna battle me? You should have said
Nothing.
Cause yo, Chocolate Zulu said never leave an enemy behind. But you left me, and I know how to rhyme.
Cause if you brothers get mangled, you get strangled. But I'm superboxing your asses like Kurt Angle.
I'm more manic than the Bengals. Another Friday, it's never a fun day. I know when I turn on the radio, it's gonna be the same old phony ass bros talking about shit that don't help my feet. Couple me on killing your ass on the church steeple. You got a problem with the buckle not farmer. We can resolve all our issues. All of those of you are the fucking tissue. So y'all ain't shit. You're such a damn the one that like you, don't look like you, don't sound like you. Like this, don't want me around you. I say fuck you. Why you wanna raise my eye? You can't let me retire. You gotta face the fire. You always fight the family and scamming, but it's your lines. But I'll be telling you, y'all look. They can't fuck with me, and that's no lie. Real is zero. The one. Man, shit. You can't deal with the flow, but one man show, baby.
Is it time to panic yet? I said, is it time to panic? Come on and hold me tight, but all you wanna do is fuss, cuss, argue and fight. See, y'all ain't right. All I wanna do is hold you tight, but all you wanna do is fuss, cuss, argue and fight. I can't help you out with that, but check this out. Take it easy and take it slow. Welcome to the BD show. Take it easy and take it slow, and welcome to the Billionaire Show. You other YouTubers, y'all straight greasy. Your whack beef videos sound cheesy. I'm to the Billionaire Show. I ain't stressing, I'm here to teach a lesson. I ain't stressing, I'm here to teach a lesson. I ain't stressing, I'm here to teach a lesson. Here to keep you other YouTubers out there guessing. So take it easy and take it slow. Welcome to the BD show. Take it easy and take it slow. And welcome to the Billionaire Show. You other YouTubers, y'all straight greasy. Your whack beef videos sound cheesy. Please, somebody call Jeezy. Take it easy and take it slow. And welcome to the BD show. Take it easy and take it slow. And welcome to the Billionaire Show. Hold me tight. Hey, don't turn off the light. Hold me tight. Hey, don't turn off the light. Bring my beat back. Hold me tight. Hey, don't turn off the light. Don't turn off the light. But take it easy and take it slow. Welcome to the BD show. Take it easy and take it slow. And welcome to the Billionaire Show. You other YouTubers, y'all straight greasy. Your whack beef videos sound cheesy. Please, somebody release me. Take it easy and take it slow. And welcome to the BD show. Take it easy and take it slow. And welcome to the Billionaire Show. Hold me tight. Hey, don't turn off the light. Hold me tight. Hey, don't turn off the light. Don't turn off the light. But take it easy and take it slow. Welcome to the Minister, Brother Derrick Show. Alrighty, y'all. Welcome to the Brother Derrick Show. Actually, Naya, I made it smaller. I made the chat smaller. Wait a minute, let me pop the chat out because I can't see it. I don't know how I got popped back in. I'm sorry, y'all. First we started, I forgot to put the volume on. To do these animations, you gotta mute it, the OBS, or it'll record what's going on. You said the song, Why Me, Lord? Okay. What was I doing? Oh yeah, I gotta pop the chat out so I can see it. Pop out the chat and put it on live chat. And I believe it's already on. Okay. No, it's not larger. I made it smaller so that more stuff could fit on the screen. So I actually made the chat smaller. I made it smaller, and you remember when you gave the super chat and when No Night by Kaz gave the super chat, it'll show up now. You know, we haven't got one since, but if we ever do, it'll show up on the screen. So alrighty, let's get to the show. Our topic today is it time to panic? We watched the numbers. And when we went off the air this morning, or last night, I'm sorry, the numbers were looking better, weren't they? Well, we got some new numbers. Now, we're going to watch what the government say, but before we do, I want you to see the numbers. You need to see these numbers, and then they also were talking about people that have low numbers. All right, I just froze. Why did I freeze? Why did we just freeze? I think it's that animation. That animation that's on right now with that Muppet. That animation is killing it. I think that animation is killing it. So, all right, y'all, let's look at the numbers. Let me pull it up right here. I know some of y'all think, you know, the animes ain't necessary, but this is the first time I ever heard somebody say "oh no's" other than you, Naya. That's why I had to put it in. That's the first time I ever seen somebody say that other than you. So, alrighty. Let's get it. Police say they carry this. All that's gonna do is make some noise. So as y'all see, we up to 83,672 cases. But they say it's time to open everything up. That this gonna go away. We have 1,209 deaths. We have 108,064 recovered. Before we even look state by state, does this look like this going away? Does this look like it's going away? Naya said it appears bigger to her. Well, then good. I want to get the, it was only showing one or two messages at a time. So I wanted it to show more of the messages. So they say that it's going away. Every day we look, the total get bigger. We up in the 80,000s now. There are 80,000 people infected with the disease. We've had 1,100 deaths. One death is too many. But they like, nah, we gotta open everything up for the economy. Screw the economy. You got 1,100 people dead. We need to shut everything down so we won't have no more deaths. How you going? Yeah, well, you know, it's coming down. I was watching today and they talking about, hey, it made me not even want to come on. If Naya and Liz didn't hit me up, I wouldn't even came on. That's how mad I was. I just want to be talking about, it's only like it's in urban areas in states like New York with Wayne County, in New York City, and New Jersey, just in 2 counties, I'm looking at her like, she acting like, what? I'm like, what? Yeah, it's not that bad. We got 1,100 people dead. How is that not bad? And still dying. Well, it ain't that bad, And we're just gonna advise people not to travel to these certain areas. Don't you think the people that live in New York City, if they want to go out somewhere, they're not going to go to New York. They're going to go next door. They're going to go where they think it's safer at. They might go to Connecticut. They might go to New Jersey. They might go to Massachusetts. They'll go to the bar or something. They'll drive out their state. It's too dangerous in my state, so I'm going to go someplace else and have a good time. But guess what? You bringing that virus with you, and then you're going to mess them up. We need to lock down. Naya said some places are just locking down. Let's take a look here, see what happened. New York City. They picked up another 4,000. This is the 3rd day in a row they have picked up over 4,000 cases. The 3rd day in a row. When we first started this, they was at 18,000. Now they going on 40. They going on 40 cases. They've had 385 deaths. 19 people died today. Where is this going? Where is it going? New Jersey. 6,876 cases. They picked up 2,474 cases today. You know why? They next to New York. Is it brain surgery? They are right next to New York. You get on the tunnel and they take you right into New Jersey from New York and vice versa. They are connected. Now, New Jersey has less cases. But what's alarming, look at the death rate. 81 out of 6,800. New York has 385 out of 37,000. So they dying faster in New Jersey. That lets you know the New Yorkers infecting them. They ain't used to that strain. But check it out though. Both of them had 19 deaths today. Side by side states, both of them had 19 deaths today. This should be an emergency situation. I need y'all to understand, New York is a big state, but the majority of their cases are in New York City. New Jersey is not that big. But check it out, California, one of our largest states, they only got 3,910 cases. They picked up 912 today. They've had 80 deaths, 15 today. Imagine the size of California. Imagine it. And imagine the size of New Jersey. And New Jersey got almost double the rate of California. Washington State has 3,207 cases. 619 new cases today. This is where it started at. They should have been the first ones on the ground to stop this. But they've had 147 deaths, 15 today. A rural state such as Washington has more deaths than a big state like California. Michigan, 2,856 cases. They picked up 561 today. They have 60 total deaths, 17 today. Illinois, which has millions of people, millions. They have 2,538 cases. They picked up 673. Total deaths, 26,7 today. Florida has 2,484. Florida is a big state. $507 new cases, 29 deaths, 6 people died in Florida today. You got a lot of elderly in Florida. A lot of older folks go there to retire. Massachusetts, 2,417. They picked up 579 today. 25 total deaths. 10 people in Massachusetts died today. Louisiana, 2,305 cases. They picked up 510. 83 deaths, 18 a day. I guarantee you that if somebody can pull it up, I guarantee you most of them deaths, most of them cases are in Louisiana, them blocks where they had them bars at. I guarantee you. It's going to be in the ward, what's that, the 9th ward? I guarantee you, and it's going to be on Bourbon Street. I guarantee you. Because people still going there. It's the tourist spots that's getting hit. New Jersey has Atlantic City. New York got everything. Coney Island, amusement park, they got everything. Either way you make money or where you go to have fun. That's the way these cases are spreading at. Let's look at Pennsylvania. I guarantee you the majority of the cases in Pennsylvania are in Pittsburgh and Philadelphia. They got 1,687. 560 new cases today. 16 total deaths. 5 people died today in Pennsylvania. All these people dying, but they saying it's time to just let it go. Just let it keep spreading. Georgia, 1,643. 256 new cases. 56 total deaths. 9 died today in Georgia. Texas, 1,588. 433 new cases. 20 deaths, 5 of them today. Now, 2 days ago, the government said that Texas was doing good. And in those 2 days, look what they picked up. That was a day. That was 2 days when Texas didn't have anything new. But now look at them. They had picked up 900 cases in 2 days. I remember they ain't had no deaths. Now they got 20. 5 of them a day. Colorado, 1,430. They picked up 344 today. I remember when Colorado wasn't showing any new cases. They got 24 deaths now, 5 of them today. Connecticut, 1,012 cases, 137 new cases today. 21 deaths, 2 of them were today. Tennessee, 957. They picked up 51 new cases. They've had 3 deaths, none today. Ohio, 867 cases. They picked up 163 new ones. They got 15 deaths. 4 people died today. North Carolina, 715 cases. They picked up 148 cases today. They've had 2 deaths, none today. The 2 deaths came yesterday, if y'all remember. Wisconsin, 707 cases. They picked up 77 today. 10 people have died. 3 people died there today. Indiana, 645 cases. They picked up 168 today. 17 deaths. 3 died today. My state of Maryland, who this time last week had 46 cases, is now up to 580. They added 157 new cases today. 4 deaths, none today. Y'all realize that 12 days ago, we only had 20 cases. Look at it now. Look at it. 580. We went from 20 to 46 to 100 to 140. Now we up to 580. But this man say, everybody should be able to just don't worry about it. We got it under control. Alabama, 517. 131 new cases today. 1 death, and that was the day. They got their first death today. Arizona, 508 cases. 107 new cases today. 8 deaths. 2 deaths happened today. Missouri, 502 total cases. 146 new today. 8 deaths, none today. Mississippi, 485 cases. They picked up 108 today. They have 5 deaths, none today. Virginia, 460 cases. 69 today. 13 deaths, 4 happened today. South Carolina, 456 cases. They picked up 32 today. 9 died so far and 2 died today. Nevada, 420 cases. 99 new cases. 9 deaths, 2 of them happened today. Nevada, 420. 99 new cases today. They got 10 deaths and 4 happened today. Utah, 402. 56 new cases today. 1 total death, none today. Minnesota, 346. 59 new cases. 2 total deaths, 1 today. Arkansas, 335. 55 new cases, 2 deaths, none today. Oregon, 316. 50 new cases, 11 total deaths, 3 today. Oklahoma, 250. 86 new cases, 7 deaths, 2 today. Kentucky, 248. 50 new cases, 5 deaths, none today. District of Columbia, 231 cases. No new cases, 3 deaths, none today. Iowa, 180. 35 new cases, 1 total death. Kansas, 168. 42 new cases, 3 deaths. Rhode Island, 165. 33 new cases today, no deaths. Vermont, 158. 35 new cases today. 9 deaths, 1 happened today. Maine, 155. 13 new cases, no deaths. New Hampshire, 137. No new cases, 1 death, none today. New Mexico, 136. 24 new cases, 1 death, none today. Delaware, 130. I remember when Delaware had none. Delaware up to 130. 11 new cases today, 1 total death, and that happened today. Idaho, 123. 32 new cases, no deaths. Hawaii, 106 cases, 11 new cases today, 1 died today. Wait a minute. Did they die or not? It's a plus minus 1. What does that mean? Does that mean that the person left was in Hawaii and they left and died somewhere else? Montana, 71 total cases, 18 new ones, no death. Nebraska, 68 cases, 4 new cases today. Alaska, 59 cases, 17 today, no deaths. Wyoming, 53 cases. They got 4 today, no deaths. North Dakota, 57, they picked up 7. West Virginia, 52, no new cases, no deaths. South Dakota, 46, 5 new cases today, 1 death, none today. Guam, 45 cases, 8 new cases today, 1 death, none today. Puerto Rico, 64, they picked up 13. They got 2 total deaths, none today. The Virgin Islands got 17 cases, no new cases, no new deaths. Wuhan repatriated. 3 cases, no deaths, no new cases. The Diamond cruise ship is still 46. No new cases, no deaths. The people quarantined on the ship. So, they say it's going away. We got 83,672 people infected. The new cases, 15,461 today. Total deaths, 1,209. New deaths, 182 today. 182 Americans died today from this disease. 182 Americans died today of this disease. And we supposed to act like it ain't nothing. Let me check my chat. What y'all talking about? Naya says opening up too early will be a huge regret. Naya says laugh out loud. Naya said oh no's. Naya says some places are just locking down. She says if we notice the White House do not report deaths or new cases of infections. Naya says yes, it's peaches and cream. Naya says Rhode Island. Naya says Los Angeles picked up 420 new cases. Naya said Louisiana is infected since they did not call off the Mardi Gras. Yep, to make that money. Naya said as more people present to the medical centers, the numbers continue to climb. Naya said, I told you it was rise. Naya, when we first started this 8 days ago, I thought people would buckle down. But as we've seen, they have to be quarantined. So you have to make people stay in the house. Why the heck would they do the Mardi Gras with this going on? And it's really sad. What happened? Where everybody go? I start bringing the truth. Everybody bailed out. Everybody bailing out and putting their head in the sand is why we in this mess. Everybody bailing out and putting their head in the sand is why we in this mess. Where's Liz at? She asked me, was I coming on today? Where you at, Liz? Yeah, the 2 cruise ships. Yeah, President Trump mentioned one of them ships today. I'm looking at him like, yeah, 2 cruise ships. We covered it. It was on that list when it was there. Let me contact Liz and see where she is. Okay. All right, I just told Liz and No Night by Cares that we live. Did the notifications not go out? Well, let's go ahead and start showing some of the links you sent. Let's start from the top. Two Grand Princess cruise passengers with coronavirus died. 103 have tested positive for COVID-19. Two passengers who had been on the Princess Cruises Grand Princess, the second Princess cruise ship with cases of COVID, have died. The Department of Health and Human Services confirmed the deaths, indicating both passengers died to complications from the coronavirus. A statement from HHS to USA Today said both passengers were on board the Grand Princess. Immediately after developing COVID symptoms, one passenger was transported directly from the ship to the hospital, according to HHS. The other was quarantined at Travis Air Force Base in California and then developed symptoms and was transferred to the hospital. One person died March 21st and the other died March 23rd. Both passengers were in their early 60s. Princess Cruise was notified that the two guests who sailed on board Grand Princess had passed away. Read a statement from the cruise line sent by spokesperson Olivia Young Elder. Our hearts go out to the family, friends, and all those who are impacted by these losses. All of us at Princess Cruises offer our sincere condolences. USA has reached out to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. More than 3,500 people on board the Grand Princess for a Hawaii voyage were potentially exposed to COVID, a relation that came to light after a 71-year-old man died from COVID after sailing on the ship's previous voyage. More than 60 passengers from that trip stayed aboard for the second voyage. Here's my question. There she is. Hey, Liz. Somebody explain to me, you know that there is the coronavirus. You see how it's spreading throughout China and Italy. What would possess you to get on a ship? I don't care how much you paid for the tickets. What would possess you to get on a ship with 300 or 400 other people? So somebody explain. I'll ask you two ladies in the chat. If you won free tickets to go on a cruise, if you won free tickets to go to a concert, if you won free tickets to go to a carnival or Hershey Park or Disneyland, would you go? Very simple question. Would you go? If you won tickets to go to Atlantic City, would you go? They ain't the only one. There was two of them quarantined. I wouldn't go neither. So do you feel sorry? I feel sorry, but I think they were dumb. I'm only willing to go outside to get some food. I wait until nighttime to check the mailboxes because I hope everybody's in the house some dang way. And I can go outside and not see nobody. I've already disinfected the door handles on both sides. So when I go out the door, I'm going to go, I got to touch the door handle downstairs. I go to the mailbox, check what I got to check, come back in, lock the door back, come up the stairs, and wash my hands and wash the keys. Wash them. So you got people that did because they wanted to go on a cruise ship. I'm just being honest. You got people that did because they went on a cruise ship. You got people that did because they want to agenda neutral extravaganza. One of the guys that had it said he's from Seattle and he went down there. That means that he drove. If he didn't fly, he drove all the way down there. From Seattle all the way down to Florida. How many people did he infect on the way down? How many people he infect on the way up? And if he flew, that's even worse. Because you got people from different states that was on that plane with him. And they got off and went and took it everywhere they went. That make it worse. Naya said it's not a matter of feeling sorry, it's a matter of acknowledging there's a problem and informing the citizen. You know that they calling the United States the next epicenter. You know that China was the epicenter. Italy is the next epicenter. They making us number 3. We got almost 1,200 deaths. They're making us the new epicenter. When we had time to see China, it wasn't much time. We should have locked down the borders then. When we saw what was going on in Italy, we should have locked down the borders then and shut everybody in. At that point, we only had 100 cases. We could have locked that down. And then by now, everybody would have either recovered them and dead. But Trump talking about opening everything back up. Why would you want to open everything back up? Naya said, is your husband doing better today? Liz said, I'm doing well and he's feeling much better. How are you, Naya? She said, awesome, Liz. Happy to hear it. All right, that was Naya's first link. So let's delete it and move on to the next one. Harlem Globetrotters great Curly Neal dies at 77. Fred Curly Neal, the dribbling wizard who entertained millions with the Harlem Globetrotters for parts of 3 decades, has died. He was 77. The Globetrotters said Neal died in his home outside of Houston on Thursday morning. We've lost one of the most genuine human beings the world has ever known, Globetrotter General Manager Jeff Munn said in a statement on Twitter. Curly's basketball skill was unrivaled by most, and his warm heart and huge smile brought joy to families worldwide. Neal played for the Globetrotters from 1963 to 85, appearing in more than 6,000 games in 97 countries for the exhibition team known for its combination of comedy and athleticism. He became one of 5 Globetrotters to have his jersey retired when his number 22 was lifted to the Raptors during a special ceremony at Madison Square Garden in 2008. Neal was a crowd favorite with a trademark shaved head, infectious smile, and the ability to dribble circles around would-be defenders. He was a key player during the Globetrotters' most popular era in the 70s and 80s, appearing on TV shows and specials like The Ed Sullivan, Love Boat, and Gilligan's Island. Neal and the Globetrotters also appeared in numerous TV commercials, episodes of Scooby-Doo, and had their own cartoon series. Hard to express how much joy Curly Neal brought to my life growing up. Rest in peace to a legend, Golden State Warrior coach Steve Kerr tweeted. Neal was a star high school player in Greensboro, North Carolina, and led Johnson C. Smith University in Charlotte to the Central Intercollegiate Athletic Association title after averaging 23 points per game as a senior. He was inducted into the North Carolina Sports Hall of Fame in a 2008 class that included North Carolina coach Roy Williams. Neal was also inducted into the Globetrotters Legends Ring in 1993 and continued to make appearances for them as an ambassador of goodwill. Liz says, what happened? What do you mean what happened? Naya says, the White House is watching and heard your song, Cash Money is what they want. Delete. Get to the next one. Rhode Island governor mandates self-quarantine for travelers from New York. Democratic Rhode Island Governor Gina Raimondo said Thursday she is mandating, not suggesting, a 14-day self-quarantine for anyone traveling to her state from New York in the latest clampdown on domestic travel amid the COVID pandemic. The executive order, effective immediately, also applies to anyone who has traveled to New York in the last 14 days. This is unusual where the outbreak has surged. The governor says she plans to station members of the National Guard at bus terminals and train stations and will require anyone arriving from New York to check in and give the guardsmen and women their contact information. State police have been instructed to flag down cars with New York State license plates as they come into Rhode Island. Raimondo said the state has added 33 cases of the virus since Wednesday, bringing its total to 165. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis issued a similar order earlier this week, mandating a 14-day self-quarantine or isolation period for travelers coming to Florida from airports in New York, New Jersey, and Connecticut. Explaining the move at a news conference Monday, DeSantis, a Republican, said today there's over 190 direct flights from New York City area to the state of Florida. And I will reckon, given the outbreak there, that every single flight has somebody who's on it who's positive for the COVID. Earlier this week, Dr. Deborah Birx, the White House COVID response coordinator, urged anyone who has recently left New York to self-quarantine for 14 days in an effort to slow the spread of the virus. To everyone who has left New York over the last few days because of the rate of the number of cases, you may have been exposed before you left New York. No matter where they've gone, whether it's Florida or North Carolina or out to the far east of Long Island, she added. Okay, delete that. Get on to the next one. Perspective. These taxpayers won't get stimulus checks. That's just unjust. Come on, man.
Sure, Principal is a financial company.
I gotta go to the bathroom. I'm gonna take a chance and play this. Copyright claim under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976 and allowances made for fair use for purposes of criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research. Fair use is use permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. Non-profit, educational, or personal use tips the balance in favor of fair use. Did I make it? I tried to hurry up and make it.
$2 trillion in this rescue package, that it is the largest economic stimulus measure in modern American history. But of course, what many of them are asking is, how much money am I going to get and when am I going to get it? So we have a basic breakdown for you. Let's start with, if you're an American and you are single, If your adjusted gross income is $75,000 a year or less, you will get a full $1,200 check from the U.S. government. But the more you earn, the less you're going to get. If your income is $80,000, you'll get a check for $950. If you make $85,000, you get $700. If your income is $90,000 a year, $450. If you make $95,000, it's $200. If you make $99,000 a year or more, you get nothing. We should point out this is all based on tax returns for the year 2019. If you haven't done those tax returns yet, they're going to base it on your 2018 tax returns. Now let's talk about married couples. Couples earning $150,000 a year or less are going to receive $2,400 from the U.S. government. Couples making $160,000 a year get $1,900. Couples earning $170,000 get a $1,400 check. Those making $180,000 get $900. Couples making $190,000 a year get $400. And couples earning $198,000 a year or more will get nothing. We also have to talk about the child credits that many people are, of course, asking about. Parents with children who are 16 years old and younger, they will get $500 for each child. But that child credit also phases out if your income is higher. For one child, a single parent who makes $109,000 a year or more will get nothing. For one child, married parents who are making $208,000 or more a year, they get nothing. Now, unemployment benefits. With this package, if you're getting those benefits, those unemployment benefits, you're going to get $600 a week or more, $600 a week more on top of what your state gives you for up to 4 months. We should also talk about so-called gig workers like Uber drivers and Amazon Flex delivery people. They are going to be eligible to apply for these benefits, but it's not clear how much money they are going to get. One key question is, of course, when will all this get sent out? People want it as soon as possible. Of course, Treasury Secretary Steven Mnuchin and President Trump have been pushing to get this money sent out by early April. That's very likely not going to happen. The best estimates that we can come up with based on previous stimulus packages is that the money will not get out at least until May. Brian Todd, CNN, Washington.
People need the money now. The worst thing in the world, to get up early, to go to the bathroom, and then not be able to fall back to sleep. And then to fall back to sleep, and then to get up an hour earlier. Two wrestlers came on last night. I only watched one of them, so I got a wrestling to watch tonight. And then tomorrow will be the Friday night wrestling. So I'm timing that just right. And then there's a Saturday wrestling. So I'm trying to time them just right. We got WrestleMania. That's next Sunday. Are you serious? No, that's not right. The 5th can't be next Sunday. What is it? Look at the calendar. It's on the 5th, right? Oh, the 3rd is Friday. Oh, man. So we got 21, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We still got 8 more days to go? I thought we had 5 more days to go. Oh, no. Oh, no. Okay, well, we'll work that out. Hey. Now he said the unemployment systems are overwhelmed from so many claims. That's damn shame. Well, what's today? Thursday? It's going to be dangerous. It's always some bums hanging around and, oh man. Then you got to go sit in that daggone office with that lady. I'm trying to avoid being around a bunch of people. Oh, Lord. Well, let's see what we did here. Well, let's see what we can do here. Anyway, let's get back to the show. They talk about yeah, that's funny now. All right, let's mosey on to the next one, y'all. Oh. You sure? That the same one? Okay, we already saw it. Okay, we delete that. Delete it. Get to the next one. Attorney General warns of scams ahead of stimulus checks. As lawmakers come to a multi-trillion-dollar agreement to stimulate the economy amid a public health crisis, Nevada's Attorney General is warning of scammers taking advantage of the stimulus checks hitting America's mailboxes in the coming week. Using education and awareness as tools to help spot suspicious activities, we can beat scammers. While it remains clear how funding will be dispersed, some Americans may receive physical checks rather than direct deposit. Officials warn fraudsters may leave messages by telephone or social media requesting personal or financial information in exchange for so-called immediate stimulus money through a grant. Every day, scammers are finding new ways to impersonate real businesses and agencies and to trick Nevadans, AG Ford said. Some scammers may even promise additional funding or financing should business exchange a small payment or personal information. Tips: avoid giving access to your bank account other than those who you authorize. Only scammers will demand that you provide them with your personal information, such as social security numbers, bank account numbers, debit and credit cards, or PINs in order to receive stimulus funding. Avoid suggestions of paying any amount of money to receive stimulus. There is no grant money. You will not be asked to pay any money, including a process fee, to receive a stimulus check. Check your mailbox frequently to ward off theft. If your mailbox has a lock, make it accessible to you in the event you receive stimulus funding by physically checking your mailbox. Beware of entering your personal financial information into phishing websites that appear to look like legitimate government websites. Do not share personal information with any person on the website that asks for it related to the federal stimulus package. So don't get scammed, y'all. Excuse me. Hold on, we already seen it. Rhode Island governor, and we already seen it. So I must have had it twice. All right, here we go. Here's the prayers. There's the prayers. You said early release prisoner stabbed and robbed a shop owner. Now it says save your socks.
Thank you. Beautiful day. Very good what you're doing. Look at all those empty seats. Never seen it like that. Oh boy. Well, how the world has changed. How the world has changed, right? But it's going to end up being better than ever. I want to thank you very much for being here, and I'd like to update you on the steps we're taking on our ongoing fight to defeat the virus. This morning at 7:55, I spoke to the leaders of the G20, had a great meeting, and we have a lot of different ideas, a lot of good ideas. We're working together. The leaders gathered virtually around the world to discuss the whole subject of the problem that right now 151 nations have got. We had President Alberto Fernandez of Argentina, Prime Minister Scott Morrison of Australia, President Jair Bolsonaro of Brazil, Prime Minister Justin Trudeau of Canada, President Xi of China, President Emmanuel Macron of France, Chancellor Angela Merkel of Germany, Prime Minister Modi of India, President Widodo of Indonesia, Prime Minister Giuseppe Conte of Italy, Prime Minister Shinzo Abe of Japan. Congratulations to Japan on making a great decision on the Olympics. Going to make it next year, 2021. President Andres Manuel Lopez Obrador of Mexico. I want to thank the President of Mexico for having done such a great job with respect to the military. We have 27,000 Mexican soldiers on our southern border, and very few people are getting through, I can tell you that. And we got to keep it that way. And we have a great relationship with Mexico now. President Putin of Russia, King Salman of Saudi Arabia, President Ramaphosa of South Africa, President Moon of, as you know, a country that we spend a lot of time in, South Korea. We're working very hard on that. Prime Minister Sanchez of Spain, President Erdogan of Turkey, Prime Minister Boris Johnson of the United Kingdom, President of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, President of the European Council, Charles Michel, United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres,
Okay.
World Health Organization Director Tedros Adhanom, World Bank President David Malpass, and the International Monetary Fund Managing Director Kristalina Georgieva. So that's a big group, but it's a great group. It's and they were all there, every one of them, and we talked about the problem, and hopefully it won't be a problem for too much longer. The United States is working with our friends and partners around the world to stop the spread of the virus and coordinate our efforts. We discussed how vitally important it is for all of our nations to immediately share information and data, and we've been doing that to a large extent, but we'll do it even more so, and to inform our, I guess you could say, form each of us on the fight that we've got going one way or the other. It's a little bit different, but we're handling it a little bit in different ways. But there is great uniformity, I think. It was a terrific meeting. Tremendous spirit among all of those countries. You had 20 countries plus the other people that I mentioned, and tremendous spirit to get this over with. After the meeting with the world leaders, I spoke with the governors of our 50 states and territories. Our team has been in constant communication with the governors, and we had a terrific meeting. Somebody in the fake news said that one of the governors said, "Oh, we need Tom Brady." I said, "Yeah." He meant that in a positive way. He said, "We need Tom Brady. We're gonna do great," and he meant it very positively. But they took it differently. They think Tom Brady should be leading the effort. That's only fake news, and I like Tom Brady. Spoke to him the other day. He's a great guy. But I wish the news could be real. I wish it could be honest. I wish it weren't corrupt. But so much of it is. It's so sad to say. Just so sad to say. We had a great meeting. I tell you what, I'm sure you have tapes of the meeting. I'm sure that you were able to get tapes very easily. So you had 50 governors plus. And if you had tapes, you'd see it was really, there's no contention. I would say virtually none. I would say maybe one person, there was a little tiny bit of a raising of a voice, a little wise guy, a little bit. But he's usually a big wise guy, not so much anymore. We saw to it that he wouldn't be so much anymore, but he is, I would rate Mike was there, a lot of the folks in the back were there, and it was a great meeting. It took place at about 12 o'clock. So we went from the G20 to the governors. We also spoke about the economic relief with the governors and the package that we're moving through Congress to deliver much needed financial assistance to hardworking families and small businesses. I want to thank Democrats and Republicans in the Senate for unanimously passing the largest financial relief package in American history, 96-0, and I have to say it's the largest by far. And I'm profoundly grateful that both parties came together to provide relief for American workers and families in this hour of need. The House of Representatives must now pass this bill, hopefully without delay. I think it's got tremendous support. When you're at 96-0, and as you know, a couple of those people are quarantined, and one, Rand Paul, he's actually got it. But he'll be better. He's been a great guy. He's been a great friend of mine, actually. The massive $2.2 trillion relief package includes job retention loans for small businesses with loan forgiveness available for businesses that keep their workers on the payroll. It's pretty good. Loan forgiveness, keep the workers on the payroll. It's pretty good. Direct cash payments will be available to American citizens earning less than $99,000 per year, $3,400 for the typical family of four. expanded unemployment benefits. The average worker who has lost his or her job will receive 100% of their salary for up to 4 full months. These are things that, by the way, we have plenty more to go, but they're things that nobody's ever had any package like this done. And I just want to thank them. Hopefully it'll get approved equally easily in the House. Really, I think it will go through pretty well from what I hear. Virtually everybody. There could be one vote, one grandstander maybe. You might have one grandstander. And for that, we'll have to come back and take a little more time, but it'll pass. It'll just take a little longer. But let's see whether or not we have a grandstander. Critical support for the hardest hit industries with a ban on corporate stock buybacks and tough new safeguards to prevent executive compensation abuse. Over $100 billion for our amazing doctors, nurses, and hospitals. $45 billion for the Disaster Relief Fund, more than doubling the amount available. This is tremendous stuff. $27 billion for the coronavirus response, including $16 billion to build up the strategic national stockpile with critical supplies, including masks, respirators, and all sorts of pharmaceuticals. $3.5 billion to expand assistance to child care providers and child care benefits to healthcare workers, first responders, and others on the front lines of the crisis. And these are really brave, incredible people, I have to say. And some of them are getting sick, and some of them are getting very sick, and some of them don't even recover. They're incredible people. $1 billion for Defense Production Act procurement. We are, as you know, using the act, but we use it only when necessary. We use it as leverage. We generally don't have to use it to accomplish what we want to accomplish. As of today, FEMA has shipped over 9 million N95 masks, 20 million face masks, 3.1 million face shields, nearly 6,000 ventilators, 2.6 million gowns, 14.6 million gloves, and we're sending more every day, and we've got tremendous amounts of equipment coming in. A lot of great companies are making equipment right now. The ventilators, obviously, they take a little longer to make, but we have a lot of companies making them, and we're going to be in great shape. We took over an empty shelf. We took over a very depleted place in a lot of ways. As you know, the testing is going very, very well, and that was obsolete and broken, and we fixed it, and it's been going really good. And I think, very importantly, the stockpile, we're really filling it up, and we fill it up rapidly, but we get it out. Sometimes we have it sent directly to the states instead. And again, the state has to be doing this kind of a thing also. We're sort of we look from behind a little bit, and we look at how are they doing, and if they need help, we do it. But it's their first responsibility. Sometimes they just can't get it, but we load it up and we send it out. But if we can, we have it sent directly to the state. We want it to go directly to the point where we want it. I can now announce something that I think is incredible, what they've done in the Navy, because the incredible naval hospital ship, the USNS Comfort, which is incredible actually when you see it inside, will be underway to New York City on Saturday. So it's going to be leaving on Saturday rather than 3 weeks from now. And they did the maintenance quickly, and it was going to be there for quite a while longer, another 3 or 4 weeks, and it should be arriving. I told the governor 20 minutes ago, Governor Cuomo, that the ship will be arriving at New York Harbor on Monday. I think I'm going to go out and I'll kiss it goodbye. I'll go to, it's in Virginia, as you know, and I will go and we'll be waving together because I suspect the media will be following. John, are you going to be following? Maybe. You never know, huh?
It's a very important vessel.
Great ship. It's a great vessel, is right. So if you want to go, I'll see you there, and if you don't, that's okay. After being fully loaded with medical supplies, it's loaded up to the top, and it's over at the Norfolk Naval Base. That's where it departs. It is expected then to, we're saving about 3 to 4 weeks by the incredible work done by the Navy. And I actually look forward to Saturday to see it go. The ship will arrive, and I believe it's going to get a little bit of a ceremony. There's something very beautiful about it. It's an incredible piece of work. Going to be landing at Pier 90 in Manhattan to provide hospital surge capacity for the New York metropolitan area. So it's a surge capacity. They may use it for this, or they may have other people coming in from hospitals unrelated to the virus, and then they'll use those hospitals on land. They'll use those hospitals for the virus, but we'll see how they do it. They could do it either way, one way or the other, whichever one is best. But it could be, because it's set up so well for a regular hospital, that they may take people out of hospitals and then use those rooms for the virus. The National Institute of Health and the private sector, working closely with the FDA, continue to collaborate to discover and test treatments and therapies that can effectively reduce the duration and symptoms of the virus and very much help people to recover. And I'm firmly committed to bringing these treatments to market very quickly. We have a lot of tests going on with regard to different medicines. And I hope we get lucky. I hope we hit. A lot of talented scientists and doctors are working on therapeutics, a cure, vaccines. I think we're doing very well. Tony may speak to that a little bit later, but I think we're doing very well with regard to the vaccines. I think we're doing well with regard to a lot of the things I just mentioned, but we'll have to see what happens. We're going to know fairly soon about a lot of them. But it's very advanced, and the vaccines are very advanced prior to, as you know, a fairly reasonably long test period of, in that case, over a year. Every American should be proud of the incredible spirit our country has brought to this effort. It's been incredible. Citizens from all walks of life have come together to turn the tide in this battle. We're witnessing the extraordinary power of American unity like a lot of people have never seen. Even getting a vote, you're talking about trillions of dollars and you get a vote of 96 to nothing. We are waging war on this virus. I want to express our tremendous thanks to the American people for continuing to practice social distancing like you people are practicing right here. I don't know, this room may never be the same. Maintaining good hygiene and follow government guidelines. Vice President Pence lifts up that card every time. And it's not very complicated, but hopefully you can do that. And your commitment will make all the difference in the world. And that's one of the big ones will be, for a while, stay home. Just relax, stay home. Making a lot of progress. As we continue to gather more information and accelerate the testing, where we're doing record numbers of tests now, far more than any other country has done. I told you yesterday, 8 days here, because you heard so much about South Korea. The media kept talking about South Korea. We have a devastating thing, but we will vanquish this virus. The generosity of our people. I know that we will achieve victory and quickly return to the path of exceptional health, safety, and prosperity for all of our citizens. We have to get back to work. Our people want to work. They want to go back. They have to go back. And we're going to be talking about dates. We're going to be talking with a lot of great professionals. But this is a country that was built on getting it done. And our people want to go back to work. I'm hearing it loud and clear from everybody. So we'll see what happens. We're going to have a lot more information early next week, and we'll be reporting that back. But I just want to leave it with you. We have to go back. It's the United States of America. They don't want to sit around and wait, and they'll be practicing. And by the way, a lot of people misinterpret when I say go back. They're going to be practicing as much as you can, social distancing and washing your hands and not shaking hands and all of the things that we talk about so much. But they have to go back to work. Our country has to go back. Our country is based on that. And I think it's going to happen pretty quickly. A lot of progress is made, but we got to go back to work. We may take sections of our country, we may take large sections of our country that aren't so seriously affected, and we may do it that way, but we've got to start the process pretty soon. So we'll be talking to you a little bit more about that next week. And with that, if you have any questions, you could ask, and then I'm going to have Vice President stay behind, and he's going to take questions and also introduce some of the people. You can ask them some questions. John, please.
Mr. President, unemployment numbers out today, 3.3 million.
Yes.
I think it's not a surprise,
No.
but it's still a staggering number. I'm wondering about your perspective on it.
Well, it's nobody's fault. Certainly not in this country. Nobody's fault. We got very lucky when we made a decision not to allow people in from China at a very early date. I say that because some people don't want to accept it, but this was a great decision made by our country. Or the numbers that you're talking about, we're a big country, that'd be far greater, far bigger. So when I heard the number, I heard it could be 6 million, could be 7 million. It's 3.3 or 3.2, but it's a lot of jobs. But I think we'll come back very strong. The sooner we get back to work, every day that we stay out, it gets harder to bring it back very quickly. And our people don't want to stay out. So I know those numbers, John, but I think you'll see a very fast turnaround once we have a victory over the hidden enemy, as I say. It's a hidden enemy. Sometimes a hidden enemy is a lot tougher than somebody that stares you in the face, right? So we'll see what happens. But they're fully expected numbers, at least. Steve, please.
Proposal to deploy some troops along the Canadian border.
Yeah.
And Prime Minister Trudeau was complaining about that. Why is that necessary?
Well, we have very strong deployments on the southern border, as you know, with Mexico, and we had some troops up in Canada, but I'll find out about that. I guess it's equal justice to a certain extent, but in Canada we do have troops along the border. We have a lot of things coming in from Canada. We have trade, some illegal trade that we don't like. We have very strong sanctions on some. We have very strong tariffs on dumping steel. And we don't like steel coming through our border that's been dumped in Canada so they can avoid the tariff. I charge a lot of tariff for the steel. And it's been great for our steel companies because now they can really go. You look at what's happened with steel, it's been pretty incredible. But we've taken in billions and billions of dollars in tariffs on steel. And much of it comes in from China, but they can come through the Canadian border too. So we're always watching for that.
Numbers correctly, the United States now has surpassed China as the country with the highest number of virus cases. Does this surprise you at all? Is it following a predictable trajectory?
No, I think it's a tribute to our testing. Number one, you don't know what the numbers are in China. China tells you numbers, and I'm speaking to President Xi tonight, I believe. We'll have a good conversation, I'm sure. But you just don't know, what are the numbers. But I think it's a tribute to the testing. We're testing tremendous numbers of people. And every day, the way the system works, and I want to thank especially Roche, has been fantastic, great company. They've done a tremendous amount. Deborah was telling me before that they've really stepped up to the plate and done great, as have other of the companies, but it seems that they're really doing it particularly well. We'll see what happens there, but it's a tribute to the amount of testing that we're doing. We're doing tremendous testing, and I'm sure you're not able to tell what China is testing or not testing. I think that's a little hard.
Mr. President, on the 3.3 jobless claims, you just suggested it get 6 to 7 million. A lot of those workers.
No, I didn't say that. No, you're wrong. I didn't say that. I said some people were projecting that would be 6 or 7, and it's, I believe, 3.3.
3.3. Yeah. Millions of Americans out of work. Some of them will be losing their insurance. What's your plan to make sure, through no fault of your own, as you just mentioned, that they stay insured? Are you willing to plus up the subsidies for some of the exchanges under Obamacare, expand Medicaid? What's being considered?
The things I just read to you are being considered, and other things are being considered. People are going to be getting big checks, and it's not their fault. What happened to them is not their fault. So we're doing a lot of different things on health insurance. We have meetings on it today. We're taking care of our people. This is not their fault, what happened, and we're taking care. We're starting off by sending them very big checks. I think for a family of 4, it's about $3,000. And we're taking care of our people. We're taking care of our workers. This was not you know, as I say, this was not a financial crisis. This was a health crisis, a medical crisis. We're going to take care of our people. Please. Yeah. Please.
The National Restaurant Association came out with a survey this morning saying that 3% of all restaurants in this country have shuttered for good in the past 3 weeks. And the projection is that 11% more are going to be closed in the next 30 days. So what do you say to a restaurant owner who is looking at his sheets and thinks he has to close within the next 30 days?
Well, I hate to, I know the business very well. I understand the restaurant business. It's a very delicate business. It's a business that it's not easy. You know, I always say in a restaurant business, you can serve 30 great meals to a person or a family, and they love it. One bad meal, number 31, they never come back again. It's a very tough business, but they're great people that run restaurants. And I've heard 3% could be lost, and you could go as high as 10 or 11%, but they'll all come back in one form or another. It might be a different restaurant, but it's going to be a great business for a lot of people. And we're making it easy for people to look what we're doing in terms of loans, what we're doing in terms of salaries. They'll all come back. It may not be the same restaurant, may not be the same ownership, but they'll all be back. Yes, sir, please.
So you mentioned that you purchase from American companies to provide supplies, but does it as we top 81,000 cases in the U.S., does it make sense to relook at using the Defense Production Act?
Well, I talked about the Defense Production Act a lot, and I've enacted it. I have it. I can do it with a pen. And we have actually used it on 2 minor occasions, and then we could withdraw it. But for the most part, the companies, we don't need it. We say we need this, and they say don't bother, we're going to do it. I mean, we're dealing with Ford, General Motors, 3M. We're dealing with great companies. They want to do this. They want to do this. They're doing things that frankly, they don't need somebody to walk over there with a hammer and say, do it. They are getting it done. They're making tremendous amounts of equipment, tremendous amounts. And when this is over, we're going to be fully stockpiled, which they would have never been, except for a circumstance. This was something that nobody has ever thought could happen to this country. I'm not even blaming. Look, we inherited a broken situation, but I don't totally blame the people that were before me in this administration. Nobody would have ever thought a thing like this could have happened. But the Production Act, Defense Production Act, is a wonderful thing, but I just haven't had to use it. They know it's activated. They know I can use it. Maybe that frightens them a little bit. You know, it's got tremendous power, but I haven't had to. Please.
Thanks, sir. Question for me, and then another question, if you'll let me, for some of my colleagues who are social distancing.
Where are they? They're all outside trying to get in. I know.
The first question has to do with cruise liners like Carnival and Royal Caribbean. They want this relief aid, but they're worried that because they offshore to places like Panama and Liberia, they might not qualify. Senator Hawley has said that they should move back to the United States before they get a check. Do you agree? Should they pay U.S. taxes to get U.S. taxpayer relief?
So I'm a big fan of Senator Hawley, and I also like the idea. There were some senators that didn't want to do anything, like Carnival, great company, but they're based in different places. I won't tell you why. I can tell you exactly where they're based, but I won't do that. But they're based in actually more than one place. As you know, ships are registered at different locations. I do like the concept of perhaps coming in and registering here, coming into the United States. It's very tough to make a loan to a company when they're based in a different country. But with that being said, they have thousands and thousands of people that work there, and maybe almost as importantly, that work on shore, filling these ships with goods and products. And the cruise line business is very important. And I know Carnival, what a great job they do, Mickey Harrison. And I would think that we could stick with Senator Hawley and maybe really look at that very seriously. Look, it's a big business. It's a great business. It's a business that employs tremendous number of people outside of the ship itself. I mean, you look at these ports. It's loaded up with shops and people that are involved with the ship. So we're going to work very hard on the cruise line business, and we're going to try and work something out. But I like the concept. Yeah, go ahead.
Sir, The Senate bill includes aid that's directly tied to the airlines. And since before the pandemic, Boeing was already suffering from, the losses of 737 MAX airplanes. Do you think it's appropriate to use this legislation to sort of provide them with $17 billion of aid on top of, $25 billion that they could qualify for as a passenger airline, and then another $4 billion that they could qualify for as a cargo airline? Is that fair?
So the airline business is a very tough business. Over many years, it's been very, very tough. It's got everything. It's got labor. It's got very strong, powerful, you look at the cost of these airliners, everything is tough, very highly technological. You look at how complicated, how complex. It's got unions, it's got everything. The airline business, generally speaking, has unions. It's a very tough business, always been a very tough business. With that being said, we have to keep our airlines going. And we're going to be using some. Now, maybe we'll take a piece of the airlines for the country, for our country, where we loan money and we take a piece. It's all fully ready. We're ready to go. But if we didn't do that, we'd end up with no airlines, and we can't do that. The airline business is very vital to our country. It's a tough business. We have to understand that. So I could tell you other businesses that are different kinds of business. They're very good businesses, but airlines have always been very, very tough. Please. No, please. Yeah, I didn't call you. I called this gentleman.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. On Monday, did you speak with? I'm with Bloomberg.
Yeah.
Bloomberg. Mario Park.
How's Michael doing? Good.
Mr. President, on Monday, did you speak with Chinese President Xi before you urged Americans to not blame Asian Americans for the coronavirus? We noticed that you backed off of that language. I know you're speaking with him.
No, I didn't. I'm speaking to him tonight. It's scheduled to go tonight. I'll have a call with President Xi of China. Very good relationship. No, I didn't like when they came up, and it wasn't him. Somebody at a lower level, mid-level, we found out pretty much. But they made a statement that our soldiers brought it into China. No, it came from China. And, we just signed a very big deal with China. They're paying us a lot of money in tariffs and other things. They never paid us 10 cents. Look, China has taken advantage of the United States until I came here with Sleepy Joe Biden and Obama and Bush and everybody else. I'm not blaming them. I'm blaming everybody. They were allowed to, $500 billion a year they were taking out. We had trade deficits that were so large, nobody's ever seen anything like it. And we've changed it. Look, now we're taking in billions of dollars, and we gave some to our farmers because China, they targeted our farmers. And our farmers are very happy, and our farmers got through a very rough period because of what I was able to do. Took the money from China and gave it to the farmers, and we had plenty left over after that. Now we're going into a phase 2 negotiation with China, but we're getting 25% on $250 billion, and then we're getting a lot on money after that. So we've never had a deal with China. China took advantage of the United States. And you know what? I don't blame China for that. I blame the people that were right here because they should have never allowed it to happen. But the relationship with China has been a very good one. John?
Mr. President, did President Xi ask you to calm that language down or to not use that?
He never asked me to comment down. Somebody might have spoken to somebody, but nobody spoke to me about it. I think it was time, though, because, I talk about the Chinese virus, and I mean it. That's where it came from. If you look at Ebola, if you look at Lyme, right? Lyme, Connecticut, you look at all these different horrible diseases, they seem to come with the name, with the location. And this was a Chinese virus. But I don't have to say it if they feel so strongly about it. We'll see. But we have, we just made a great deal with China. Great, hopefully for both parties, but we made a deal with China, and we're going to do another one, it looks like. They want to do it very badly. Maybe they'll want to wait, like Iran. They want to wait to see whether or not Trump gets beaten in the election, because would they love to negotiate with Biden or somebody else other than me? They would love it. That's their best dream in the world. So many others. So there are some that maybe are, waiting till after November 3rd, the election day. But I think we're doing very well. It would be sad if we blew all of the advantages that we have right now, because we've made unbelievable trade deals, whether it's Mexico, Canada, Japan, South Korea, China, and others. We have changed the whole thing around. Please.
Earlier today, you sent a notification letter to the nation's governors saying that you will soon come out with new guidelines about social distancing and other items. Do you have any data yet to suggest which specific areas of the country may have their guidelines relaxed, which areas of the country may have their guidelines?
I think Deborah will talk to you about that, and Tony in a few minutes, but I think we'll start talking about that because we have to open up. We can't say, let's close. People don't want to close, John. I say it again and again. The reason I do, because I want you to report it eventually. Go ahead, Steve. Go ahead, Steve.
President Xi tonight. What do you want to talk about?
Yeah, it's his call. I mean, I'll talk to him whenever he wants to. I mean, we'll have, I think, a very fruitful call. Have a good call. Tonight at 9 o'clock, please. Yes, in the back. We'll be talking about that. Yeah, we'll be talking about the virus.
Thank you.
Yeah, okay, in the back first, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Despite the jobless claim numbers today, the market rallied again. It's up over 4,000 points in the last 3 days.
Yeah, record.
Yeah, the largest chart since 1931. Do you think that the economic uncertainty has passed?
No, not yet. It hasn't passed, but it's come a long way. I think they think we're doing a really good job in terms of running this whole situation having to do with the virus. I think they feel that the administration, myself and the administration, are doing a good job with keeping very important people informed, because there was a great fear. And a lot of good things are happening. The mortality rate is at in my opinion, you'll have to speak to Deborah, Tony, all of the others, but in my opinion, it's way, way down. And that takes a lot of fear out. It's one thing to have it, it's another thing to die. When I first got involved, I was being told numbers that were much, much higher than the number that seems to be. And remember that people that have it, many people have it. I just spoke to 2 people, they had it. They never went to a doctor. They had it, absolutely had it, but they never went to a doctor. They never went to anything. They didn't report it. You have thousands and hundreds of thousands of cases like that. So you have to add that to the caseload also. And the people that actually die, that percentage is a much lower percentage than I ever thought. That's one of the reasons I say, look, we're going to beat this and we're going to get back to work. Yes, please.
Administration today, the DOJ announced charges against Nicolas Maduro for drug trafficking. They designate him as a narco-terrorist. It's also expected that Venezuela is going to get hit really hard by the coronavirus. Does the administration see this as a weak point for the Maduro regime?
No, we don't look at a weak point. This is a serious problem for over 150 nations, the virus. I would say this, Maduro and Venezuela, we're watching it very closely. We'll see what happens. But that is correct. Those charges were made. Please.
That you used the Defense Production Act on 2 minor occasions.
Yeah.
What were those?
We will give you that notification. We'll let you know. Okay?
Can I follow up on John's question about the classifying for counties? A lot of these areas have not done testing yet. Is it safe to say that the current guidelines will be extended into next week? Will you wait to change those guidelines until you have the data yet?
I want those guidelines to go even when we're open and fully operational. And frankly, much of the guidelines, like shaking hands, maybe people aren't going to be shaking hands anymore. Tony had mentioned to me, Tony Fauci, the other day, that I don't think he would be too upset with the concept of not shaking hands. He was saying that the flu would cut down, the regular flu would be cut down by quite a bit if we didn't do that, if we didn't shake hands. The regular flu, of which, you have a lot of deaths and a lot of problems with that too. So I think a lot of great things are going to, when we're open, just to finish, when we're open, as soon as we open, that doesn't mean you're going to stop with the guidelines. You'll still try and distance yourself, maybe not to the same extent because you have to lead a life. But I think the time is coming. How about one more question? Go ahead, in the back, please.
Thank you very much, Mr.
Go ahead, please.
I also have 2 questions because I asked him on behalf of foreign press as well. So one domestic question, one international. Domestically, you just tweeted the other day saying that it's very important that we totally protect Asian Americans.
Yes, I do. Very important to me.
But still millions.
Very important to me. We have to protect our Asian Americans. It's a very important. That was a very important tweet to me because I didn't like things that I was hearing. Please go ahead.
Well, what's the concrete measures that you're taking to combat the hate crimes against Asians?
Well, I don't know. All I know is this: Asian Americans in our country are doing fantastically well. I'm very close to them, as you know, and they're doing fantastically well. And I think they appreciate the job we're doing. But I did want to put that statement out, the social media statement, because to me, Asian Americans are a great part of our country. Thank you all very much. We'll see you soon. Thank you.
On your guidance, how does that work, President? Will people be able to go to county and hire service?
Well, good afternoon, everyone. The White House Coronavirus Task Force met today. We continue to move out on President Trump's directive to slow the spread with mitigation, to advance and expand testing across the country, and to work on the critical supplies that our healthcare workers in our nation needs. Today, the President convened the nation's governors, all of the states and territories, and reiterated to them that with FEMA in the lead, our approach is our response to the coronavirus in this country is locally executed, healthcare workers, local public health officials. It is state managed, and it is federally supported. We took the opportunity to thank all of the governors across the country, our states and territories, for their incredible leadership and the partnership they forged with this administration.
All right, back. I'm gonna go check the mailbox.
Major disaster declarations have been issued, most recently to New Jersey, North Carolina, Florida, Texas, and Illinois. We spoke to them about the importance of the economic recovery legislation that will come before the House of Representatives, we believe, tomorrow midday. And we're grateful for their efforts in working for that unanimous bipartisan vote in the United States Senate last night. In addition to direct payments for American families, the average family of 4 will receive a direct payment of some $3,400. They'll also receive payroll report. Many of the small businesses, even those restaurants that you just spoke about, will now be able to keep people on the payroll for a period of months, even if the restaurant or the business is not open. With the governors, though, we talked about the $150 billion in direct aid to the states, $100 billion in direct assistance to hospitals, and of course, the expansion of unemployment benefits to make sure that our states have the resources to meet the challenges that were so evident in those unemployment numbers this morning. On the subject of testing, pleased to report the testing is available in all 50 states. And in partnership with commercial labs across America, this morning we received word that 552,000 tests have been performed and completed all across the United States. We want to thank the American Hospital Association and hospitals across the country that are just now beginning to report in a fulsome way the results of those tests. And when the president signs the law tomorrow, it'll actually be required by law. But as Dr. Birx and Dr. Fauci have explained many times at this podium, it's so important that any hospital or any lab that's doing testing report back to the CDC and FEMA so we have full visibility to provide the president with the very best counsel. Good news today on testing. Abbott Laboratories submitted to the FDA today a request for approval of a point of care test. This would be the kind of test where you could go to your doctor. You could get the test done there at your doctor and have the results in no more than 15 minutes. Dr. Steve Hahn will be here tomorrow to talk about progress in evaluating Abbott Laboratories' point of care test. Also, speaking of the FDA, on the subject of swabs, the FDA did announce earlier this week that testing symptomatic patients by swabbing from the front of the nose is perfectly appropriate, and it's already begun across the country. It allows for self-collection, and it also relieves the burden on healthcare protection. It saves personal protective equipment from being expended when people can administer a test themselves. And Dr. Birx will speak about the importance and the availability of swabs. With regard to supplies, You heard the President speak about what we have already shipped out from the National Strategic Stockpile. More than 9 million N95 masks for healthcare workers, 20 million surgical masks, 6,000 ventilators, and millions of gloves and gowns and face shields. In addition to that, we are working with a number of suppliers to manufacture ventilators, even while we work with state leaders to assess not just what ventilators are available in their state hospitals, but what ventilators are available in private hospitals across their state. And governors across the country are doing great work evaluating the full supply of tens of thousands of ventilators that are available. Let me also say thank you to the American Society of Anesthesiologists and Dr. Mary Peterson. The American Society of Anesthesiologists actually produced a video. Tomorrow they will host a webinar for healthcare workers to demonstrate how the devices that anesthesiologists use can be very easily converted into a ventilator that's appropriate for a patient struggling with respiratory ailment like the coronavirus. And we're very grateful. This actually adds tens of thousands of devices to the supply. And we're all truly grateful to Dr. Peterson and the whole association for their full cooperation. With 5 of 10 counties in the country being the top counties for coronavirus being in the New York City metropolitan area, let us reiterate our recommendation that any resident of the greater New York City area who has traveled elsewhere in the United States, please check your temperature, mind your health, and self-isolate for 14 days. What we don't want, again, with 5 of the top 10 counties for coronavirus being in the greater New York City area, we don't want anyone, and no one would want to, inadvertently carry the coronavirus to a community or to a family member inadvertently because they've come out of that community. So again, as Dr. Fauci said recently, if you come out of New York over the last several weeks, before the mitigation measures were put into effect, in particular, check your temperature, mind your health, and self-isolate for 14 days. It is inspiring as I prepare to introduce Dr. Birx to talk about the data that we're monitoring on a regular basis, and Dr. Fauci to talk about mitigation. Let me conclude by saying how inspiring it is to see the way America and the American people are responding to this moment. We all were awakened this morning with record unemployment numbers, not unexpected during the time of national crisis that we are facing. But what you may not know is that while there were some 3 million plus new unemployment claims, Walmart announced they're hiring 150,000 new associates through the end of May. Amazon, a few weeks back, announced they're hiring 100,000 additional warehouse employees to meet a growing demand in Amazon for online purchases. CVS Health is going to provide bonuses to their employees working with patients and hire 50,000 workers. And Pizza Hut, I'm told, is planning to hire more than 30,000 permanent employees. And that's just a short summary of a list that totals almost 500,000 jobs that have been announced by businesses around America. And it's not just been about jobs, it's been about generosity. Anheuser-Busch is making a $5 million donation to the American Red Cross to support first responders. OYO Hotels is offering doctors, nurses, and first responders free rooms at any of their 300 hotels all across America. And the pharmaceutical company, AbbVie, is actually donating $25 million to the International Medical Corps and to Feeding America. American businesses are stepping up to partner with us to meet this moment, but they're being incredibly generous as well to all of those that are stepping in the lead and providing healthcare services, and of course to those most in need. We can do this, America, but it'll take all of us. As the President often says, we're all in this together. But as millions of Americans do their part, with 15 days to slow the spread, putting into practice the President's guidelines for combating the coronavirus and its spread, we grow more confident every day that this too shall pass with the cooperation and generosity and prayers of the American people. I just know that we will slow the spread, we will protect our most vulnerable, and we will heal our land. And now for information on the latest on data and what we're seeing, Dr. Deborah Birx.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. So just as a summary of where it looks domestically, I won't talk so much about the global issues at this time. We do have 19 out of our 50 states, to be reminded, that had early cases, but have persistently low level of cases, and at this point have less than 200 cases. So that's almost 40% of the country with extraordinarily low numbers, and they are testing. Some of our governors have been very adamant about their need for test kits. We have gotten them test kits. When we had Abbott add about a week ago to the test kits, we've been able to open up additional test kits for states that want to do surveillance and want to do contact tracing. These 19 states are doing still active containment. They're at 200 cases despite the fact that they've been measuring them over the last 3 to 4 weeks. Still though, 55% of all cases and 55% of all new cases continue out of the New York metro area. That's the New Jersey part and New York part in particular. I haven't added in Connecticut or other counties at this point. We are concerned about certain counties that look like they're having a more rapid increase. When you look at Greene County in Michigan, and you look at Cook County in Chicago. So we have integrated all of our information to not only look at where the cases are today, but how they're moving, so we can alert FEMA to where we think the next potential hotspot is. All of the counties that I've mentioned, the hotspots are in urban areas or in the communities that serve that urban area. And I think that's something very important to remember as we move forward. Because of the innovation within our private sector, we continue to have these new platforms added for laboratory testing. And these become critical platforms for states that have very low rates and very low rates needed to test. Why is that important? Some of these machines have wells and plastic plates that in order to be effective, you have to put on about almost 96 samples. And others are made for 4 samples or 24 samples at a time. So what's critical for us to be able to do is to match the need to the county and state. And that's the role that we can provide advice on, because we get to see across the whole country and where those items are needed most. And so this is allowing us to adapt and adopt really allocation of tests or recommendations to state of what piece of equipment they may need. Of the 550,000 tests, you can do the math, but we're still running somewhere about 14% overall. That means 86% of the people with significant symptoms, because remember, you had to have a fever and symptoms to get tested at this point. So still 86% are negative. These are really important facts for the American people. I'm sure many of you saw the recent report out of the UK about them adjusting completely their needs. This is really quite important. If you remember, that was the report that said there would be 500,000 deaths in the UK and 2.2 million deaths in the United States. They've adjusted that number in the UK to 20,000. So 500,000 to 20,000. We're looking into this in great detail to understand that adjustment. I'm going to say something that's a little bit complicated, but I'm going to try to do it in a way that we can all understand it together. In the model, either you have to have a large group of people who are asymptomatic, who've never presented for any test, in order to have the kind of numbers that were predicted. To get to 60 million people infected, or 6 million people infected, you have to have a large group of asymptomatics, because in no country to date have we seen an attack rate over 1 in 1,000. So either we're only measuring the tip of the iceberg of the symptomatic cases, and underneath it are a large group of people. So we're working very hard to get that antibody test, because that's a good way to figure out who are all these people under here and do they exist. Or we have the transmission completely wrong. So these are the things we're looking at, because the predictions of the models don't match the reality on the ground in either China, South Korea, or Italy. We are about 5 times the size of Italy. So if we were Italy and you did all those divisions, Italy should have close to 400,000 deaths. They're not close to achieving that. So these are the kinds of things we're trying to understand. Models are models. We're adapting now to the reality. There's enough data now of the real experience with the coronavirus on the ground to really make these predictions much more sound. So when people start talking about 20% of a population getting infected, it's very scary. But we don't ICU beds remaining, and there's still significant over 1,000 or 2,000 ventilators that have not been utilized yet. Please, for the reassurance of people around the world, to wake up this morning and look at people talking about creating DNR situations, do not resuscitate situations for patients. There is no situation in the United States right now that warrants that kind of discussion. You can be thinking about it in a hospital. Certainly many hospitals talk about this on a daily basis. But to say that to the American people, to make the implication that when they need a hospital bed, it's not going to be there, or when they need that ventilator, it's not going to be there. We don't have an evidence of that right now. And it's our job collectively to assure the American people that it's our collective job to make sure that doesn't happen. Right now, you can see these cases are concentrated in highly urban areas.
All right, so I'm back.
There are other parts of the states that have lots of ventilators, and other parts of New York State that don't have any infections right now. So we can be creative, we can meet the need by being responsive, but there's no model right now, no reality on the ground where we can see that 60 to 70% of Americans are going to get infected in the next 8 to 12 weeks. I just want to be clear about that. So we're adapting to the reality on the ground. We're looking at the models of how they can inform, but we also are learning very clearly from South Korea and from Italy and from Spain. Just to final, because I know many of you will look up my numbers. The only people who are over really 1 in 1,000 cases are people that have very small populations, like Monaco and Liechtenstein. So you will see a different number coming from when your population is really tiny. One case can put you over 1 to 1,000 or 2 to 1,000. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I'm going to change the topic just a little bit because there was a questions that came up, and I've been asked about this on a couple of media interactions regarding the interventions. You do it to prevent the further spread, as we call mitigation, but you also do it to buy yourself time to get better prepared for what might be a rebound. It may be a rebound that we get things really under control, and then you pull back, which ultimately we're going to have to do. Everybody in the world is going to have to do that. You're either going to get a rebound, or it might cycle into the next season. So what are we going to do to prepare ourselves for that? One of the most important things is one that I mentioned several times from this podium, and that is to clarify a bit about the timeline for vaccines, and would that have any real impact on what we would call a rebound or what we would call a cycling in the season. Certainly, for sure, a vaccine is not going to help us now, next month, the month after. But as I mentioned to you, we went into a phase 1 trial, and I keep referring to one vaccine. There's more than one. There's a couple of handfuls of vaccines at different stages of development, but they're all following the same course. And the course is, you first go into a phase 1 trial to see if it's safe, and you have very few people, 45 people within a certain age group, all healthy, none at really any great risk of getting infected. And the reason you do that, because you want to make sure that it's safe. Then the next thing you do, and that takes about 3 months, easily, maybe more. So that's going to bring us into the beginning or middle of this. But it is likely there will be somewhere in the world where that's going on. So it's likely that we will get what's called an efficacy signal, and we will know whether or not it actually works. If in fact it does, we hope to rush it to be able to have some impact on recycling in the next season. And like I said, that could be a year to a year and a half. I'm not changing any of the dates that I mentioned. But one of the things that we are going to do that you need to understand that has been a stumbling block for previous development of vaccines, and that is even before you know something works, at risk, you have to start producing it. Because once you know it works, you can't say, great, it works. Now, give me another 6 months to produce it. So we're working with a variety of companies. The things we're really going to push on
is to be able to have it ready if, in fact, it works. Now, the issue of safety, something that I want to make sure the American public understand. It's not only safety when you inject somebody and they get maybe an idiosyncratic reaction, they get a little allergic reaction, they get pain. There's safety associated. Does the vaccine make you worse? And there are diseases in which you vaccinate someone, they get infected with what you're trying to protect them with, and you actually enhance the infection. You can get a good feel for that in animal models. So that's going to be interspersed at the same time that we're testing. We're going to try and make sure we don't have enhancement. So the worst possible thing you could do is vaccinate somebody to prevent infection and actually make them worse. Next, and finally, with regard, I'll get you to your question. Finally, with regard to therapies. I mean, we keep getting asked about therapies. There's a whole menu of therapies that are going into clinical trial. As I've told you all, and I'll repeat it again, the best way
This is what I ordered. What I didn't know was some of these are pouches and some of them is just regular. The stuff just in the bag. Like this. I should have read this. A no tobacco chew for dippers looking to quit. Extra green fine cut made for dippers. Classic wintergreen pouches. Look no further. Pouches. That's why I was looking for the pouches. That's a rough cut. Fine cut tobacco free chew. That's no good. Okay, so classic mint pouches. Okay, I know I can use that. Classic natural pouches. Classic straight pouches. Okay, so you got 2. So out of the 24, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. 11. So it's half and half. So it's supposed to be 12 packs, 2 samples in each one. So that should have been 24 pouches. What they didn't say was that it's half and half. Half of them are pouches, and half of them are the dip. For the people that dip snuff. I don't dip snuff. This is the imitation. It's made out of tea leaves and coffee. This is the imitation. To get me off the nicotine. I got one in my mouth now. And I tried some of that snuff. I don't like how it's loose in your mouth. And even though I got a pouch in now, it's still irritating because I can feel it in the back of my mouth. But this is tobacco and nicotine free. And I can already tell you, I won't be ordering this flavor. Yeah, I can hit it right there. But it's something there. So that's what we wanted. We wanted something there. I can tell you on the 3rd, I won't be ordering this flavor though. What is it called? What am I using here? No, that's not it. Classic wintergreen. But it's something there. No, the thing is that they should have said that. It's a sample pack. These were designed to help people to quit doing snuff or chewing tobacco. You know, people take the tobacco and they actually put it in their mouth raw. This is supposed to get you off of that, but it also works for cigarettes. If you get used to the gum and then get used to the pouches. Now, I will say one thing. I'm not getting no great flavor, but it is still some flavor there. It just ain't. It tastes like tea. So, I won't be ordering this flavor. But this is a classic wintergreen. This is the real deal. I'm trying to wean off of this. This is classic wintergreen. Let me tell you. They don't taste nothing alike. No, it was for that sample pack. It's really for snuff people, and they give you one of everything they offer, 2 in the pack. And so you supposed to sample it and then decide which flavor you like, and then you order what you want. I get the feeling I'm going to either like the apple or the peach. I just get the feeling. I get the feeling I'm going to like the apple or the peach. Now, like I said, I thought I had 24 to work with. Instead, I only got 12. The good news is that I ordered 2 of them. That's the good news. So in another couple days, probably Tuesday or Wednesday, the other one will be here. So hopefully they last until the 3rd. But I'm trying to wean myself off. I'm telling you right now. Let's give my mouth something to do. But we will have to see. But I'm going to give it 110%. you supposed to chew it. I feel the hint. It's just a real slight hint of wintergreen. I mean, it's really slight. They should have put more wintergreen in. Yeah, that's all I'm saying. But I'm trying to get used to it. Like I said, it's gonna take a couple days for the nicotine to leave my body. Then we're gonna go through the withdrawal. And then after that, it should be fine. But come the 3rd, I'm gonna try the flavors. I washed everything off. The box it came in, everything. I got it in the sink. I'm gonna go get the peach and the apple. And hopefully, I think one of them is gonna be the one. Either the peach or the apple. I think that's gonna be the one I like. Too bad they ain't had no cinnamon. But I think it's gonna be the peach or the apple. But the good news is, at least I'm off the nicotine. That's what I'm gonna keep telling myself. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't have a complaint about it. Except, as big as this pouch is, there ain't no flavor. Even when I bite into it. It's a slight hint. It's a slight hint of menthol. You know. And to be honest with you, it's probably better for you that it's not sweet. But it would be nice if it just had a little tang. You know what I mean? Like you ever had a Wrigley wintergreen? How you get that little tang? That's what's missing. I keep looking for that tang. You know what I'm saying? I keep looking for that tang. I'm not getting that tang. That's why I'm hoping with the peach or the apple, it's a tang. And then you can fall in love with the tang. But I'm not getting that tang. I'm not getting that tang. I'm not getting no tang out of it. I'm trying to chew it now and see if it's releasing anything. It just gives me a little hint. That's all. It just gives me a little hint. I gotta get used to it. I'm used to getting hit with flavor. My complaint is not the fact that there's no nicotine in it. What's irking me is there's no hint of the other thing. You know, if it was cinnamon, you wouldn't hint of the cinnamon. If it was spearmint, y'all know what spearmint gum tastes like. You want that hint of that spearmint. You know, if it's cherry, you want that hint of cherry. Y'all understand what I'm saying? If it was grape, you want that hint of grape. I'm looking for that hint, and I'm not getting it. It's like you need to get a piece of chewing gum and chew it with it. You know what I'm saying? Seems like you need something to go with it. The tracking number, this phone doing what it want to do. We got a message from Instagram. Who cares? That's it. So like I said, I ain't gonna complain. I mean, but like I said, hey, even though I'm only getting a hint, it's keeping my mouth busy. So, you know, that's what count. Uh-oh. The bag busting open. You don't want that. That's when it's time to say, up, see ya. Yeah. Now I feel it in my mouth, but I just don't feel it. It's not strong enough. That's my only problem with it. It's not strong. Y'all understand what I'm saying? It's not strong. The good news is the bag busted open. And I got all them little the little flakes. Good news is, hey, it ain't bad for you. So like I said, hopefully it's 11 left. I hope I can make it last until Monday or Tuesday when the other one get here. But if not, y'all gonna see me doing like this. Y'all like, what the hell is he doing? I'm just gonna be putting it on your finger and then you put it in your mouth. Yeah. But whatever. As long as I got something, I'm good. So, you know, as long as I got something, I'm good. Like I said, we still got 11 more flavors. Matter of fact, what are the other flavors? That's not what I wanted. Here we go. This is what we get. Now they say free samples, but it's $5.99 for shipping. I mean $4.99. So I paid $5. And like I said, the woman said she had the woman had just donated $10. She said she was gonna get the refund, so I just ordered 2 of these. And one of them didn't go through, and I had to put it through again. That's why they didn't come together. See, $4.99 covers shipping and handling. We offering sample packs of 12. So you know, 12 times 2 is 24. Now see, extra one energized, fine cut. That's a dipper. Classic wintergreen. That's what I just tried. So that sucks. We not gonna get that. Now let's scroll down to the pouches. You got classic mint. You got classic natural. I guess that's supposed to taste like natural tobacco. You got classic straight pouches. Smoky original snuff tobacco flavors. Our straight pouches give you a mess-free satisfaction and are the answer to quit tobacco without having to quit dipping. Well, I don't dip. Smooth peach. So I'm hoping that smooth peach or that classic apple blend. I'm hoping that one of those. I'm hoping that the smooth peach or the classic apple. Let me see what this classic natural is. Now see how it says pouches? And y'all see, I thought I was getting all pouches. Instead, it's half and half. So I'm not happy about that. 12 for $5 is not a deal. When I could have paid $2.99 and just pick one. I could have paid $2.99, $2.99, and I could have got a can of 20 for just $2.99 plus $1.02 for shipping. So it would have been $4 something. So I paid $4.99 for these samples. But the good news is it allows me to sample them, so I won't complain. I won't complain. I won't complain. I won't complain. Boom, 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 boom.
But to prevent.
I don't want to hear no more of that daggone president. I had enough. I had enough of the praise. I don't know about y'all. I had enough of the praise. I wonder if they dried off yet. Cause I'm gonna separate them. See y'all. Shoot, what were the names again? So I can separate them. Okay, we already got the what is this called? Oh, that's not it. Classic Man. So that's Classic Man. Okay. Which one is this? This is Classic Natural. Okay. So that's a pouch. So we can leave that. This is Original Mint Rough Cut. Okay, so this is a dip. We don't want that. We'll use it if we have to, but we don't want that. This is Classic Original Wintergreen Rough Cut. Hold on. There it is right there. Original Wintergreen Rough Cut. This is just raw. This is Energized Wintergreen Cut. Fine cut, we don't want that. There's the peach, we want that. What's this? Classic Straight. This is the apple. We don't want this. Energized Original Fine Cut. It's right there, second one on your screen. And please be pouches. All right, we got Classic Mint. So we got Classic Mint. We got apple. We got smooth peach. We got classic straight. And we got classic natural. So we got 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Okay. So we got 10. Oh, and this with the package. All right. So we'll put these right here on deck. We're gonna put you on deck, sir. And these, I'm gonna leave them right here. Because hopefully we won't have to use them. But if we do, it's right there. Hopefully we ain't got to use them. But if we do, it's right there. So hey, I want y'all to see something. Take a look, y'all. Y'all see it again? It say 474. Y'all see that revenue? 474. They took our money again. Remember they had the 501? They took us back down. We had actually went up to 525. They brought us back down again. So are they taking the money because we talking about the CO virus, or because we playing the videos and they giving the money to that site? Which one is it? The Washington Post, whatever it is. Now we go into the studio. Now that say 474. Let's go to the Classic Studio. Classic Studio said 501. It said 501 yesterday. We did 2 shows. Why is this saying 501 and the other one got us go? Why we not getting no money? Let me go into the video manager. Something ain't right here, y'all. We still got dollar signs. We still got dollar signs, so how come we not getting the money? Anybody know why they keep taking our money? Now we've been looking. Y'all can go back and watch the show from yesterday and day before. Why they taking our money? I work hard for my money. Make me feel like a dummy. They taking my money and they won't treat me right. I work hard for my money. Work hard like a dummy. I work hard for my money. And they won't treat me right. Now, baby, we work hard for that money. No. Say, we work hard for that money. Tell them, girl. Say, hey, we work hard for that money. And they treat us like a dummy. We work hard for that money. And they never treat us right. When I was in Lord Check yesterday, they were saying if you mention the virus, they take your money. But I had got an email saying that if you report, if you don't tell people not to worry about it, or tell somebody something stupid that they wouldn't find you. So is the computer doing that? You say I need to ask. Who am I asking? There ain't nobody at YouTube. Now, like I said, it's only, we talking about cents here. But darn. Boom, boom. Hey, do y'all remember when we were doing the y'all remember when we were looking at with that Streamlabs where you could get like a coffee mug made or a t-shirt? Y'all remember what site that was? I didn't know how to use I think it was Streamlabs OBS. What is it? I think it was Streamlabs. Come on, man, these cookies. What's that? Nothing. Huh? Okay. Oh, I'm messing up. Wait a minute. Let's come back in. Yep, still say 474. All right, y'all. That's our new link for Streamlabs. Okay, so I pasted it in our channel. And let me add it. Hold on. Come on down. Where everything else is. Come on. Where's everything else? Put it right there on top of the Patreon. Paste. So is it there? There it is. Okay. All right. Now what? Continue. Unique things. I don't need that. I use regular OBS. Custom merch store. Hold on a sec. Cut that out. All right. Will anybody be interested in any of these items? it's gonna have the MBD logo on it. Minister Brother Derrick. Anybody be interested in any of these items? Flip-flops, hat, ladies' bag. It says create. I wrote do something like mugs. Shoes, clothing, headwear. What about accessories? They got a purse, socks, duffel bag, book bag. They got a flip-flops. What happened to the coffee mug? They don't have a coffee mug no more. Y'all ladies see anything that y'all might like? Let everybody know you part of the MBD family. I guess I could just leave BDS. Let me see. They got the back. Law school. Headwear. They got hats. Whew. There we go. Simple coffee mug. They want drag and drop. Here, highlight it. Shucks. So now what I do? The hell am I doing? Hold on. Oh, select. Oh, go back, go back. Actually, if you would stop cheating, we might could do something here. Oh, no, you drag them. That's right, I forgot you drag it. So give me another one. Okay. Now give me another one. I messed up again. I don't know why I'm so stupid. And then go back. Okay. And then cancel. Hold on a second. So bring this back to the middle. I want that in the middle. So stop that right there. Okay. Now, upload. Oh no, I'm not ready. No. Go back. We're not ready. Go back. Go back. Damn. Hope I ain't gotta start all over again. Oh man. Oh no. We gotta start all over again. Are you serious? Don't do me like that. Don't do me like that. You really gonna do me like that? You really gonna do me like that? Let me see what the ladies think. Y'all go purchase the item. Let me get I'm messing up here. We gotta start all over again. Doggone it. All right, the good news is it's already there. Now, where was it? It was home and living. We were doing the mugs, right? All right. Good news is we already got the pictures, so now we can upload. All right. You can do it again. Is that even? All right. Upload. See, I learned. This picture is better, I think, but the problem is it doesn't say Minister Bro Derrick on it. That's the reason why I didn't make it the center. I wanted that to be the center, but it doesn't say Minister Bro Derrick on it, son. Come on, man. Wait a minute, something ain't right. That's good right there. Now let's go upload. Select. Preview. Yeah, a long time to preview. All right, y'all, we're gonna see how it look. Damn, flower was actually looking on it. What do y'all think? Can I lower the price? The lowest I can go is 13. Is 14 too much? Hey y'all, this pouch is better than the other one. I'm actually enjoying this one. Yeah, it is. Is anybody on? Laura on tonight? Circle of Fortune, what's he up to? Hope it's not another He got anything going on over here? So what is like a silent live or something? It's 8 people watching, but there ain't nobody chatting. All right, what's going on in my own chat? Okay, I don't know what's going on here. He got people. He got more people watching than I do, but they ain't doing nothing. Just put up a chat and walk away. That's how you get views. All right, the life of Riri. I don't know why she calls herself Riri, because Riri and
You know what you want to hear. Hey, B Charmer.
Oh, Lord.
Hey, Charmer. You are the only one, my everything. Okay, now hold on, my bones is the top one. Shit, Tony Terry with you. Look at that head. My finger. My finger. What that is? I got that word.
Did y'all see what she had across her screen? Did y'all see what she had across her screen? If you want to receive a blessing, hit that Cash App. If you want to receive a blessing, hit that Cash App. She got magical powers. Is she God? She Jesus. If you want a blessing, hit that Cash App. She has the authority. She has the authority to give you a blessing. Alrighty then. I want to try that new market tomorrow. That DMG. You want a blessing, hit that Cash App. Yeah, okay. Now, where are we going down? You know you're wrong for that. I ain't gonna say nothing now. But you know you're wrong. That was, what was that, Sugar Zeke? No, Carter Zeke. I ain't going back there no more. We not gonna go back. Wait a minute now. It was the life of Riri. I'm sorry. Let me make sure.
I would have known then the things that I know now.
I stand corrected. She said, if you would like to be a blessing. I thought it said, if you want a blessing. I was going to say. I take it back. So who's this? Makeup with Jessica. It says she live, but I don't see her live. Go to videos. Okay, I don't understand that, but okay. They're gonna start that again. Come on, phone. Somebody says, Only one person watching. I guess we need a raid. If she would stop spinning. Okay, so this ain't going too well.
I'm Araceli, and
oh man. She started streaming 12 hours ago. Y'all talk about me. All right, we got another bomb. Boy, we can't get a break today. We can't get a break today. No, we not gonna check out no Victor Damone. Let's keep going. Dining with Zion. Dining with Zion. Who the heck is that? Cook with me fried bread.
Because it's none of your business what you do to what. Yup, exactly. That's the truth. You know, we will just look bad putting people's business out there. Exactly. It's like this. You know, at the end of the day.
Oh, I heard at the end of the day, I'm done. Anytime you hear at the end of the day, you keep moving. That's like hearing, I feel. Because at the end of the day, I feel. You got to keep moving. When you hear that word, you got to keep moving.
now, call me crazy. What? Hold on, guys. I'm getting back to y'all. Hold on. Can I get back to my own life? Oh, Lord. Now, that's bad. Oh, here I go. Y'all check out this video. Check this video out. And you can make some hand sanitizer. Because I don't think, as D-Lo said, the government buildings, government workers, and hospitals are getting all the hand sanitizer. So that would make sense why it's not in the store anymore. However, Big Sis Pam came through and blessed us with this video. You can make your own hand sanitizer. Check the video out. This pink salt, pretty decent. But this food came out really delicious.
Is there anybody else? That's Spanish. Black Spring with autumn. What?
He's not getting that many votes. He's getting twice the amount of votes as any other incumbent president in history. In some of the states, when you look at some of the states, just his votes compared to every Democrat vote cast, he wins outright. And this is crazy. It's going to be a madhouse come November. Like, people are going to have to early vote from day one to make sure everyone can vote. Because it's going to be crazy, unless they want to keep the polls open for 24 hours, because those are going to be some long lines everywhere you go.
Right. Well, I think I'm gonna make sure I'm there first. Luckily my little precinct is it's in the neighborhood, so I can just walk. I can walk there, but in some cases, no, that's not the case. You gotta drive. You gotta drive a little bit. In some cases, yeah.
Yeah, I'm glad I did early voting last time, because It was crazy. And then we had the midterm elections, and
well, they're talking about something. We worrying about dying. They worrying about who they gonna vote for. I can't get into that. At least they were talking about something. I just can't get into it either. Last thing I'm thinking about is who voting. Last thing I'm thinking about. Anybody here worrying about voting? Anybody here gonna go get in that long line? And y'all gonna have to stand 6 feet apart. So if it's 100 of y'all in line, that's 600 feet you gonna need. Is the place where you vote, is there gonna be 600 feet of clearance? I'm just asking, is there gonna be 600 feet that y'all can stand 6 feet apart? Then why worry about voting? Why worry about voting right now? Unfortunately, we stuck with who we got in there. Unfortunately. Or fortunately, whether you like them or not. I don't care who in there as long as they don't put the chains back on. You know, been voting now? I can tell you here in Baltimore, we do it at the schools. So if you're at the elementary school, you stand in line and you go in there and you get to go into the little curtain thing and then you press who you want, right? Because they give you a little card and you pull the lever down and you stamp whoever you want. And then they take your card and then you leave. I've seen the line go around the block. So if you got to stand 6 feet apart, if it's 100 people in line waiting to vote, that's 600 feet. The line would probably literally go around the side of the daggone school and halfway. The line would almost surround the school. That's where the people vote here in Baltimore. They voted the schools. And you stand outside. Until you can get inside. Now, while you're outside, it ain't too bad. But when you get inside, then you got to worry. Is somebody coughing on stuff? Is somebody breathing? Now you said, what kind of line? You ain't never stood in line to vote. That's supposed to be your patriotic duty is to stand in line and vote. That's your duty. But at least they was talking about something. It's not relevant, but they were talking about something. Let's deal with this virus first. Then we'll worry about the press. We'll worry about the mayor. We'll worry about the congressman. Let's get the virus. Let me see here. I was going to do something. I forgot what I was going to do. They're going to get tired. I was going to do something. I forgot what I was going to do. Let's check the count. See if the count got any better. $85,520. More people died. It was 1,100. Now it's almost 1,300 people dead. All right, so the numbers have reset. No new cases for New York. 466 total deaths, no new deaths. New Jersey, no new cases, 81 deaths, no deaths today. California, 29 new cases since the last time we looked, and they got 1 death. Washington, Michigan, Illinois, Massachusetts, Louisiana, Florida, they all clear. Pennsylvania, plus 31. Dan picked up 31 cases. So in the last 3 hours, everybody looking good. In the last 3 hours. Everybody looking good in the last 3 hours. Montana picked up 19 cases and had 1 death in the last 3 hours. Puerto Rico picked up 6. They got 2 deaths now. And so in the last 3 hours, 85 cases and 2 deaths. In the last 3 hours. Maybe that's what Trump keeps being shown. Maybe that's why he think it's going away. Oh. Excuse me. Let me hit the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back. Well, you stick to it, you turn it on. Turn it like noise. I ignore noise. That was none you was doing. Are you lonely, Daddy? Are you lonely, Daddy? I'm never there. That's okay. I'm never there. And it's okay. Never. Don't say that. Say you never ever that. You got crazy cat, but you never ever that. They said, she's a crazy cat, but you never ever that. She's a crazy cat, but she never ever that. She's a crazy cat, but she never ever that. Oh. Say you never that. Say you a crazy cat, but you never that. Say you crazy, and you lazy. Crazy, lazy. Crazy, lazy. Crazy. Sorry about that, y'all. My last can of chicken noodle soup. All right, y'all, I'm back. Sorry about that. Is anybody still here? Breaking news, everybody. Breaking news. No, thank you. I said no, thank you. No, thank you. We got a good article here, but we can't get to it. No, thank you. Damn, good article. I'm not subscribing, and I don't know you. That's all right. 8 minutes ago. Now, punk. Coronavirus updates. U.S. surpasses China with the most cases worldwide. They must be asleep. The U.S. has more confirmed cases of the coronavirus than any country in the world, surpassing China, where the pandemic began. There are now more than 82,400 cases in America, with more than 1,170 deaths, according to Johns Hopkins University. Meanwhile, nearly 3.3 million Americans filed for unemployment last week as the virus shuttered businesses and halted normal life across large swaths of the country. The unprecedented numbers of Americans filed a claim for jobless aid, a nearly five-fold increase over the previously weekly record set in 1982. Early Thursday, the Senate passed an unprecedented $2 trillion relief package to help workers, businesses, and the severely strained healthcare system survive the pandemic. Atlanta hospitals overwhelmed by CV-19 cases. Cuomo slammed the feds. You pick who's going to die. Hold on, let's check that out. Let's start right there. I wanted to see this. Governor Cuomo.
I always thought it was me.
Crap out of here. During an impassioned press briefing on Tuesday, New York Governor Andrew Cuomo said the state's efforts to slow the spread of the COVID have not worked, and instead the virus is accelerating on its own. Cuomo made a plea for more ventilators in the state, saying thousands more are needed than the federal government has offered to send. According to Cuomo, the federal agency, FEMA, agreed to send 400 ventilators to New York, a fraction of what's needed. What am I going to do with 400 ventilators when I need 30,000, Cuomo said. You picked the 26,000 people are going to die because you only sent 400 ventilators. The government said the federal government's offering misses the magnitude of the problem that is defined by its magnitude. During an interview with Fox News later on Tuesday, President Trump responded to Cuomo's criticism, saying the governor should have ordered the ventilators himself 5 years ago. Oh, they about to go, they going at it. So he said Cuomo should have ordered them things 5 years ago. Trump says we're building him hospitals. We're building him medical centers. He was complaining about what we're doing, probably more, definitely more for him than anybody else. And he's talking about the ventilators. But he should have ordered the ventilators. He had a choice. He had a chance. The president then produced an unidentified piece of paper and appeared to read out loud. New York Governor Cuomo rejected buying recommended 16,000 ventilators in 2015 for the pandemic. For a pandemic, established death panels. Instead, he established death panels and lotteries instead. So he had a chance to buy in 2015 16,000 ventilators at a very low price, and he turned it down, Trump said. I'm not blaming him or anything else, but he shouldn't be talking about us. He's supposed to be buying his own ventilators. The rate of new CV cases in New York has doubled about every 3 days, according to Cuomo. The increase has outpaced prior projections of how much medical supplies will be needed during the outbreak's apex or peak. Cuomo said the state originally thought it would need 110,000 hospital beds, more than double its current capacity, but now it expects it will need an additional 30,000. The new projections suggest the number of hospital beds needed could be as high as 140,000 hospital beds, Cuomo said. Additionally, the state needs about 40,000 intensive care unit or IC beds, he said, which are now only around 3,000. Those are troubling and astronomical figures, and as I mentioned, are higher numbers than previously projected. To meet these needs, Cuomo's must increase their capacity by 50%, with a goal to increase it by 100%. The governor said he's speaking with hotel owners about converting unused hotel beds into hospital beds. I will turn this state upside down to get the number of beds we need. Cuomo, however, said that New York's greatest critical need right now is ventilators, a supply that can only be replenished with federal help. Be quiet, Facebook. Where are we at? The governor pleaded with Mr. Trump to use the Defense Production Act, a law that allows the president to require companies to sign contracts or fill orders for products needed for the nation's defense in order to rapidly manufacture more ventilators. Despite scouring for ventilator producers, Cuomo said the state has only been able to procure about 7,000 of the technical devices, but needs an additional 30,000 at a minimum. There's no other way for us to get these ventilators. We tried everything else. The only way we can obtain these ventilators is from the federal government, period. The governor said he understands major automakers have volunteered to shift some of production to making ventilators, but warned their output will not be fast enough. It does us no good if they start to create a ventilator in 3 or 4 or 5 weeks. We're looking at an apex of 14 days. If we don't have the ventilators in 14 days, it does us no good. Only the federal government has that power, and not to exercise that power is inexplicable to me. It's not that these companies are coming forward and say they want to help. That's not going to help us get there, he said. I do not for the life understand the reluctancy to use the Federal Defense Production Act. New York currently has 25,000 confirmed cases of coronavirus, 10 times the cases as California, according to Cuomo. He warns that New York will not be the only state to face such an onslaught. It's simply the canary in the coal mine. It's higher in New York because it started here first, because we have global travelers coming here first, because we have more density than most places. But you will see this in cities all across the country, and you will see this in suburban communities all across the country. We are a test case. He urged the federal government to prioritize states in order of their need. If enough ventilators are sent to New York to combat its fast approaching apex, Cuomo said he will personally deploy the devices to other states when their apexes follow. Where we are today, you'll be in 3 or 4 weeks, or 5 weeks, or 6 weeks. We are your future, Cuomo said. Anybody got any comments? What the heck? How did you get off of that? Two-month-old in Nashville tests positive for the coronavirus. A 2-month-old is among the 293 confirmed coronavirus cases recorded in Nashville, according to a report from the public Metro Health Department. The department said the infant is the youngest person to test positive for the virus in the city. Just 3 people who tested positive fell under the 0 to 10 range, while those 21 to 30 made up the majority of the cases. The identity of the 2-month-old has not been released, though officials noted the infant was experiencing mild symptoms. Trump said he doesn't believe New York needs 30,000 ventilators. Calling ventilators very expensive and likely to them purchasing a car. President Trump questioned the New York need for thousands of devices to combat the coronavirus in an interview with Sean Hannity. I don't believe you need 40 or 30,000 ventilators, Trump said. You know, you go into major hospitals and sometimes they'll have 2. Now all of a sudden they're saying, can we order 30,000? Think of this, you know, you go to hospitals that have one in the hospital, and now all of a sudden everyone is asking for these vast numbers. Mr. Trump also slammed the governors of Michigan and Washington, claiming they should be doing more for them states. He mocked Washington's Jay Inslee's failed presidential bid and criticized Governor Gretchen Whitmer for sitting there and blaming the federal government. I hope the baby recovered too. Hey, now it look like the president getting down. President ain't taking it. Hold on, let me get some ice. I hope they didn't freeze. Ah, they froze. Wait a minute. Hold on. No, this is the better one, I think. It's frozen at the top. I forgot to bring a fork for the chicken noodle soup. So, what flavor we gonna try now? What's that? What is that? Uh-oh. I threw the wrong one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Did I throw the wrong one away? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh no, that'd be 10. Oh, you meant to throw this away. What flavor we gonna try now? Let's try. That's classic mint. That's apple. We're gonna say the apple and peach for last. Put that at the bottom. So what do we have now? Uh-oh. Alright, this is classic natural. So we're gonna try this. See that? You try to do it the right way, you can't do it the right way. I don't understand. You can't never do anything the right way. It tastes like chocolate. It still got some zing to it. What'd you say? The chat's on both sides. You know why? I don't know why I did that. Do I got two things open? No. Hope you guys acting stupid. There you go. It tastes like chocolate. Yeah, my stomach is growling. Go ahead, I'll get to you in a minute. Hey, driver. All right, y'all, let's finish this. Dr. Fauci calls Trump plan to reopen the country by Easter an aspirational projection. The country's top infectious disease doctor on Thursday night called President Trump's timeline for reopening the country by Easter an aspirational projection to give people some hope. I think what the president was trying to do, he was making an aspirational projection to give people some hope. But he's listening to us when we say we've got to reevaluate in real time, and any decision we make has to be based on the data, Dr. Fauci said. Fauci also noted that with cases increasing in areas like New York City and New Orleans, lifting restrictions is not necessarily the best plan to combat COVID. This isn't the first time Dr. Fauci has pushed back on the Easter timeline. He issued a similar sentiment earlier this week in an interview with Laura Ingraham on Fox News. Fauci maintained that Trump was flexible, however, and listening to the task force. Trump echoed the sentiment when discussing the Easter timeline in a briefing this week. We'll only do it if it's good, he said, adding that the administration is very in touch with the medical experts and will follow whatever they would do. Yeah, who cares? Who cares? Louisiana Governor John Bel Edwards said at a press conference Thursday as the number of confirmed CV cases across the state has surged. He also warned the state does not stop flattening its curve. New Orleans could run out of key medical supplies by early April. According to Edwards, as of Thursday, Louisiana had at least 2,305 positive cases of CO3 and 83 deaths. 18 was reported since Wednesday. Edwards said that a 17-year-old from New Orleans is among the dead, calling it a very disturbing piece of information. The virus is taking a strong hold on the state, particularly in New Orleans. Officials estimate that New Orleans could run out of life-saving ventilators by the first week of April. Edwards echoed that warning on Thursday and said if the state does not flatten its curve soon, the city could run out of ventilators as early as April 12th and potentially be out of hospital beds by April 7th. It's not conjecture, not something, so this is not a scare tactic. This is what's going to happen. U.S. Attorney General William Barr on Thursday directed the Bureau of Prisons to increase the use of home confinement among older inmates with underlying conditions as a means to mitigate the spread of the COV within the country's prison system. As of Thursday, 10 inmates and 8 staff members have tested positive for COV in federal facilities. There are particular concerns in this institutional setting. We want to make sure that institutions don't become petri dishes and it spreads rapidly through a particular institution. We have the protocols that are designed to stop that, and we are using all the tools we have to protect the inmates. According to the Attorney General, the Bureau holds 146,000 inmates spread across 122 facilities nationwide, not including the 21,000 inmates that are incarcerated in facilities run by private contractors. About 10,000 inmates are over the age of 60, a third of which have pre-existing conditions. Across the country, hospitals are waging war against an invisible enemy. Wait a minute. Yeah, I did it twice. They reset. But I'll go back. $85,594 total cases. 1,300 deaths. 1,868 have recovered. Total cases 38,977 from New York. No new cases in it. How long I've been on? I've been on 4 hours. 4 hours ago, they had almost 5,000 new cases. In the past 4 hours, they haven't had any. That's good. Wait till we look tomorrow. New Jersey had a lot too, with no new cases. California got 4,044. 29 new cases in the past 4 hours. Washington, Michigan, everybody looks stable. All right, we got a link. Well, what you want to see is South Carolina. Let's get on down here. South Carolina, no new cases in the past 4 hours and no deaths. That's what you wanted to see. All right, somebody send us a link. Hold on, yeah. All right, y'all, this is from No Night by Kaz.
All the patients in this room.
Wait a minute. Shucks, I mean do that.
The frustrating thing about all of this is it really just feels like it's too little too late. Like we knew it was coming. Today is kind of getting worse and worse. We had to get a refrigerated truck to store the bodies of patients who are dying. We are right now scrambling to try to get a few additional ventilators or even CPAP machines. If we could get CPAP machines, we could free up ventilators for patients who need them. Five ventilators. Oh my God.
We now have these 5 vents. We probably, unless people die, I suspect we'll be back to needing to beg for ventilators again in another day or 2. There's a mythical 100 vents out there, which we haven't seen. Leaders in various offices, from the president to the head of health and hospitals, saying things like, we're going to be fine, everything's fine. And from our perspective, everything is not fine. I don't have the support that I need, and even just the materials that I need physically to take care of my patients. And it's America, and we're supposed to be a first world country. On a regular day, my emergency department's volume is pretty high. It's about 200 people a day. Now we're seeing 400 or more people a day. At first, we were trying to isolate patients with cough and fever and be more careful around them, but we weren't necessarily being extra careful around all the other patients. And then we started to realize that patients who were coming in with no fever but abdominal pain actually had findings on their x-rays and chest CTs that were consistent with this coronavirus, COVID-19. So if someone in a car accident gets brought in, we get a CT scan of them, and their lungs look like they have coronavirus. We were seeing a lot of patients who probably had COVID, but we didn't realize. 10 residents and also many of our nurses and a few of the attending physicians got sick. The anxiety of this situation is really overwhelming. All of the doctors, it's hard for us to get tested even if we want to, even if we have symptoms. We're exposed over and over again. We don't have the protective equipment that we should have. I put on one N95 mask in the morning. I need to have that N95 mask on for every patient I see. I don't take it off all day. The N95 mask I wore today is also the N95 mask I wore on Friday. We're always worried that we'll be out of N95 masks. What's a little bit scary now is the patients that we're getting are much sicker. Many of the young people who are getting sick don't smoke. They're healthy. They have no comorbidities. They're just young, regular people between the ages of 30 and 50 who you would not expect to get this sick. So many people are saying it's going to be okay, everything's fine, we have what we need. And if this goes on for a month or 2 or 3 or 5 like it did in China, and we're already this strained, we don't have what we need. I don't really care if I get in trouble for speaking to the media. I want people to know that this is bad. People are dying. We don't have the tools that we need in the emergency department and in the hospital to take care of them. And it's really hard.
Alrighty. That was from No Night by Cares. The driver, if you want the go back to the beginning of the show and you'll see the numbers. Cause they reset them. Okay, what am I looking for? Oh, that's what I'm looking for. Give me that real quick. All right, and all right, y'all. This is also from the Night by Cares.
As more counties and cities issue stay-at-home orders, the number of COVID-19 cases continue to rise. Good evening. I'm Angela Taylor.
And I'm Marius Payton. Here are the numbers. Across the state now, more than 650 cases of COVID-19. In Wake County, the number jumped to more than 100. And in Durham County, the count is now at 93 cases. New at 11, Raleigh city workers want to be tested for COVID-19 after learning their co-worker died from the virus.
We told you at 6 o'clock that 37-year-old Adrian Grubbs died Wednesday from COVID-19. He did have an underlying health condition. Tonight, CBS 17's Amy Cutler talked to his wife, who says the family is still in quarantine. Amy.
Yeah, Angela, all of this still sinking in for them. His wife says Adrian's only pre-existing condition was high blood pressure. She, like so many of his fellow co-workers here at the city of Raleigh, devastated.
He was just a wonderful man.
Adrian Grubb's wife, Chanda, speaking with me over the phone. Her family now in quarantine after health officials confirmed the 37-year-old father of three died from COVID-19.
Very dedicated. Hard worker, anything you need, anything, you need help with or whatever, he was always there.
Chanda left heartbroken in disbelief over how quickly this virus claimed her husband's life. Here's the timeline. She says Adrian started feeling sick back on March 11th. The city of Raleigh, where he worked, advising him to get tested for COVID-19, which he did 2 days later. March 16th, he learned that test was rejected. The saliva dried up. He went back to be retested. 3 days after that, he was taken to the ER. His condition kept getting worse. There, he received another test for COVID-19.
My husband was a homebody.
Adrian put in isolation. His wife could no longer stay with him. March 20th, Chanda says they learned he tested positive for COVID-19. 2 days later, the 37-year-old was moved to UNC hospitals. He died March 25th. The city of Raleigh, where he worked in solid waste services, writing, "We lost one of our own and our hearts are broken. We are using every resource available to us to ensure the safety and security of our employees and community." Chanda now urging people to take this virus seriously. Adrian leaves behind 3 children, 13, 8, and just 4 months old. Live in Raleigh, Amy Cutler, CBS 17 News.
Damn. That was a city worker. Yeah. It was a trash man. Let's not sugarcoat it. That was the trash man. Trash man. Somebody could have been like, "Hey, wait a minute, you forgot this." And ran it up to him, and he could have got it right there. That's a daggone shame. Trash man. Trash man. Trash man. Trash man. Man. That's a daggone shame. Trash man. Nobody's safe. Nobody is safe. Y'all understand that nobody is safe. We all ticking time bombs. We go out one too many times. We go to get something and we forget something and run back in. That running back in could be the difference. Between you making a mistake. Yeah, the driver, let's go back in the show because they reset the numbers. But I did it at the beginning. Right after the animations and the theme songs, we went right into it. So it should be like 10 minutes in. We got governors crying about ventilators. Governors crying about hospital beds. Why ain't they shutting everything down? Give the people the money so they can go and get what they need and shut everything down. Why is that so hard? And that way, we get no new cases. And the people that are infected that haven't shown symptoms yet, by the time they show symptoms, beds will be open because people will have recovered or they would have died. Beds are now open. Ventilators are now open. But that's too hard. Because people don't know how to stay home. And they don't know how to stay home. They can't entertain themselves and let this thing go away. They just got to be out and about. I got to go to Mardi Gras. I got to go out and see the cherry blossoms. The weather is just so warm. It's inviting. I can't resist. I got to go to the beach. I got to see the girls in the bikinis. I got to see the guys doing the surfing. It's spring break, ain't it? Why can't we go play beach volleyball? Why can't we build sandcastles? Why can't we have picnic dates in the park? Around 100 other people. Not by ourselves. We got to be seen. So, you want to be seen. That's why you got to go to the bar and pub. You want to be seen. Well, you can be seen at the ER. You can be a star at the ER. That's what they want. They want to be a star. They want to be the star at the ER. Now it says they will continue to spread. Yeah, because everybody wants to be the star. I know the boys down there at the pub miss me. I'm the captain of the bowling league. I'm the captain of the pool championship. We going for the championship. Forget that disease. I got to have me a Guinness. Or a craft beer. I can't keep drinking this Budweiser that I bought from the market. I need me something strong and good. I'm tired of drinking it daggone Colt 45. That was all they had left on the shelf. My name ain't Billy D. Williams. I don't want no daggone Colt 45. I'm going to risk it. I'm going to the bar. And then you go from being the man at the bar to the star in the ER. Anybody want to put that on a shirt? You want to be seen at the bar. Now you can be seen as a star at the ER. Seen at the bar, star at the ER. The driver said he think it's getting better. Did you look at the stats from earlier? Don't look at them stats. It's best to wait. The stats reset. He said things are getting better. Almost everybody had new cases today. And the deaths. Oh man, the amount of people that died. You say you think it's getting better. Go have a conversation with Governor Cuomo. Somehow some people died in your state today, I believe. Boom, boom. The problem is, every day there's new cases. Half of them people came in when they were sick. So that means that it takes 4 or 5 days to show symptoms. The other half were tested. But half of the people came in on their own because they were showing symptoms. So in that 6 days, how many people did they infect? That's why it's always a new batch. New York has gotten over 4,000 new cases the past 3 days. The driver said he thinks it's getting better. Alrighty, now you got a link. Let's check it out.
So even because folks look, people who want sort of county by county or say, you know, well, let's get back online faster, say, well, look, in some states there's less than 200 cases. In many states there's less than 200 cases right now. You're saying even in those states, the same kind of shutdown needs to occur?
Well, let's say you have 100 cases, and let's say you don't do a shutdown, then it grows 33% per day. So you take 100, you get 1,000, you get 10,000. It's exponential growth. If you're not stopping it, the sooner you engage in the shutdown, the easier it is to get to that peak. We have not peaked. The parts of the country that aren't shut down, in late April, we should start to see the numbers peak there. They'll still be too high to open up. So you'll probably have to go another month to really get those numbers down. But any part of the country that has cases, and truthfully, because of our problems with testing, because we're not prioritizing testing the right way, that a lot of those places actually do have cases. But even if they have the 100, that will grow, and people do cross county boundaries. And so basically the whole country needs to do what was done in the part of China where they had these infections.
Yeah, and it's worth pointing out again that states that had just a few cases last week have over 1,000 or sometimes 2,000 cases this week. To your point, Bill. The other thing I'm curious about, we keep hearing that the virus is going to dictate the timeline. Dr. Fauci has said that. When you look at this virus, we got 3.5 months worth of data now, 150 countries. If you apply all the analytics that Microsoft, all the analytics that we can possibly apply to this, is how this is going to sort of progress and end knowable? I mean, can you give a clear answer depending on what sort of mitigation measures we have in place?
It's very likely that rich countries who uniformly throughout their country do a serious shutdown, that they will be able to avoid a high percentage of their population getting infected. That's what the exemplars, like some of the work in China and South Korea, are telling us. Now, as you get to poorer countries, the difficulty of doing the isolation, where you live close by in slums, where you have to go out every day to get your food, it is going to be much, much tougher. And so, by summer, I think the rich countries that have been competently led on this will not have to go back into shutdown. And, from the disease point of view, they'll avoid very large numbers of deaths. And so in that phase, we still will have a challenge with the developing countries.
One of the things that Dr. Fauci actually said in our last hour, which really concerned me, and I was asking him about the states that, I think there's more than a dozen or so that have just 100 or 200 reported cases. He was saying how it's critical that, that those states, that they have testing there, that they test, and that they do contact tracing of all those who are known to be infected to really, right now, when the numbers are still low, track it all. And then I asked him, he was using a lot of future verbs about things needing to happen or plans. It didn't sound like, I asked him if it was actually happening now. He said it needs to happen a lot more. From what you're saying, it's got to be happening right now, because if there's not that contact tracing in places where it seems like it hasn't really hit, we're going to see it hit.
That's right. I mean, we wish that we shut down even sooner in places like New York. Then you would have not had the medical overload that is such a huge challenge for them. Unless you're going to partition the country, the whole country has to be in this together. And we're not, I don't see us making people not cross county lines or something like that. So it really is how many cases are in the country, and have we adopted in terms of testing prioritization, contact tracing, the right things. But the good news is we're seeing that countries that pay that price, which is a gigantic price, then
the percentage of Chinese that are infected is like 0.01%. And so now, stores are open there and closed in the rest of the world. I'm not sure you call it good news, but I totally agree with what Dr. Fauci said. He's been a very positive voice about the numbers driving this, and those numbers are very uncertain because of still the disorganization of the testing capacity and where it's directed.
It strikes me that, you know the world of public health very well, and you know the world of the economy very well, financial world very well. They seem to be pitted against each other, and I don't really know much about the financial world at all, but I think there's this idea, Bill, that maybe you can be a little incremental here, right? Yes, we need to listen to the public health guidance and all that, but can we be a little incremental, start getting some things back to work, so that we don't, really devastate the economy that much? How do you respond to that?
Until we get the number of cases in the country down to small numbers where we can be doing testing and isolation against those small numbers, we need to make this our top priority. And it is super painful to drive this very high degree of social isolation I call shutdown. The middle course really isn't there, because it's hard to say, go back to the theater for a week, maybe or maybe not you'll be infected or infecting people. Until we get the certainty we've hit these low numbers, I doubt, even if you told people that they should be buying new houses and cars and hanging out in restaurants, I doubt they're going to want to do that. People want to protect older people, they want to protect their parents, and so the sooner we take this medicine, which is tough medicine, the sooner we'll be out of it and not have to go back into it again.
And just really quickly, when you say low numbers, are you talking about actual numbers, or are you talking about spread? Because this is a virus that can spread to 2 or 3 people, and that's a lot. If it spreads to just below one person, is that what you're talking about, or are you talking about actual numbers?
Well, the absolute numbers better be pretty low, because you're going to have the testing capacity to take the remaining positives, see them early, and so you're not getting that exponential spread. And that's why looking at the other countries who acted sooner and in some cases did not have to shut down to a full degree, that's where the lessons are. They can show us, okay, what was the medical history? So you see if asymptomatics are spreading. But yes, the absolute numbers are going to have to be fairly low, and we'll have some degree of caution. We won't open up completely overnight, and because we don't want quite the full exponentiation, even off of the small base that we'll get ourselves to.
I don't want to be political in any way, but just in terms of, for folks who are out there, and looking forward, I always think it's better to know just factually what's coming down the pike than it's good to have hopes and aspirations, but it's good also to know what's actually coming down the pike. For people who are believing or imagining that, in middle of April or early April, people are going to be able to gather together in churches for Easter celebrations, or go back to work in a regular way, it's sounding like you're saying that's not, you don't believe that's realistic.
No, it's not realistic. The numbers are still going up. That only happens after the numbers have peaked and are going down a lot and getting down to an absolute level. There are some good things happening. The work on a vaccine, although that probably will take 18 months, that's going full speed ahead. Our foundation is funding that. We're looking at getting vaccines to everyone in the world. So in the long run, that is the key thing. We had a really positive result that people were wondering, did you have to have a medical person swab you in this way that they stuck it deep in your nose? We were able to prove, which on Monday the FDA made official, that if you do a self-test where you don't have to have the medical worker with personal protection equipment, that self-test is as accurate as the one where the medical worker gives it. So that means that by self-swabbing, we'll be able to get a lot more tests done. and only be limited by the PCR back-end capacity. So there's good news coming. One of the therapeutics, although none of them are proven out, but there are quite a few. We have the foundation created called the Therapeutics Accelerator to really look at thousands of compounds and make sure we focus the human trials on the ones that have the most promise. So, innovation, some of which we could have done in advance, but innovation really is happening. But, when you look at those numbers, the U.S., now with the most cases, there is no state that has gotten to the point where their numbers are flat and are going down. And the testing capacity means we're quite blind to a lot of these cases right now. So it can be done, but we're not, the light is not at the end of the tunnel in terms of a mid-April reopening.
All right, y'all. We got one more for no name back here. Wait a minute, I think we do. Hold on a sec, is it?
Attention commercial property owners.
The U.S. is breaking a disheartening record today. 3.3 million people filing for unemployment benefits as the uncertainty of this crisis continues to grow. And some real surreal scenes playing out across the country. Take a look at this. This was a scene last week. An endless line of cars wrapped around this Houston neighborhood as people wait in line for food. And as millions across the country face financial uncertainty, there are thousands of men and women stepping up to the plate, helping those in need. Kana Whitworth has more.
From coast to coast, Americans are facing unprecedented uncertainty. COVID-19 devastating our healthcare system and destroying the financial stability of millions of Americans. A grim record, nearly 3.3 million filing for unemployment benefits in just 1 week. And amid such a drastic economic downturn, many Americans face the new challenge of putting food on the table.
And we're having an increased demand. So many of the people who are reaching out to our food banks are people who never imagined that they find themselves in this situation.
One food bank in Los Angeles reporting a 200% increase in visitors. But perhaps a reflection of the American spirit when there are those in need.
I'm disabled. I just got out of ICU a week ago. So, anything helps.
There are countless others stepping up to lend a hand. They aren't medical workers.
Come back later for dinner.
But they are putting their well-being on the line to provide the essentials as shocking scenes play out across the nation. Last week in Texas, cars wrapped around the neighborhood as dozens of people handed out food. And this teen and his mother from Ohio,
so just come and take what you need and then get what you can.
Doing good where they can, using an old bookshelf as a makeshift food pantry.
It's going to somebody that needs it. So if somebody did come up with a truck and take everything, that's totally okay with us.
The situation so dire, the National Guard stepping in to help from California to Ohio.
I've been exposed to a lot of different parts of what goes on in the food bank, which really is opening my eyes to how many people we're actually serving.
And food banks overwhelmed by the surge of demand, but somehow they keep up.
We are operating at an extremely high level, almost doubling our daily distribution to about 180,000 meals a day.
Not knowing when this will end, they are serving their communities the best way they know how. One meal at a time.
Serving us all one meal at a time, and Kana Whitworth joins us now live. Kana, we just saw the many people doing selfless work in these food banks, but let's drill down on how they work. Many of them are using these drive-through methods. What are some organizers telling you about how that's going?
Yeah, it's really interesting, Lindsay. I spoke with the CEO of a food bank in Indiana today, and he says they've been using that sort of tailgate distribution method for 20 years now. And while they used to serve about 250 cars at a time, now they're serving some 700 cars at a time. But because they already had that method down, they've been able to accommodate a lot more people, and they're able to do it very quickly and safely, not only for the people that need the food, but for the people that are volunteering to give the food as well.
And where's the money for these food banks coming from? I'd imagine running these is a very expensive operation.
Well, exactly, Lindsay, because it's not just food, right? They have a lot of costs. They have warehouses, they have delivery trucks, they need fuel. So while many food banks get their food directly from food manufacturers or grocers, they also need monetary donations. And that's something that you and I can do at home. By logging on, you can donate money to your food banks, and you can do it right in your own community. Also here in Los Angeles, there's a food bank who says they offer people the opportunity to come volunteer for 4 hours, and if they do that, they can then go home with a full cart of food. And Lindsay, it's something that a lot of Americans are experiencing for the first time in their lives.
Kana Whitworth, thank you for that report. Good to see you.
Hi, everyone. George Papalopoulos here. Thanks for checking out the ABC News YouTube channel.
No. Y'all can't see this, but I'm looking Towson, Greater Grace. I'd be embarrassed. I'd be embarrassed to go there. Ain't there any place I can ride to? Come on, man. Give me someplace. That's the problem, man. Everything is in the daggone community assistant. That's 79 East Baltimore Street. All right, hold on a second. We got something in my neighborhood. Wait a minute. Hold on a second. I'm going to call them, see what they go tomorrow. We got somebody in the neighborhood. A beautiful day in the neighborhood. Homestead UFC Service Center. That's a street over. I guarantee you they ain't open. I bet money on that. They ain't open. But I'm going to call them tomorrow. 41, I bet you this number ain't no damn good, but I'm going to call it anyway. 410. Guarantee you they not open. 4. That's my lucky number right there. They're going to be open. But anyway. So is it going down or is it going up? For 1,500. We'll have to see. But anyway, we'll call them tomorrow. Anybody else? I mean, you can't get closer than that. That's a couple blocks away. Dunleer, I don't know what that is. That's the problem. I don't know what Allen Road is. New Psalmist. New Sonnets. I said New Sonnets. They got a lot of churches. Ain't none of them near me. Well, it's been one place so far. 2405 Lock Raven. I'm straining my brain. I think it's like we in like the 15. It might be like 9 blocks. (101) West 23rd. I'm going to get sick. I know that. 101. No, I'm on the east side, so that's on the other side of Charles Street. That's a ways. I mean, I could get there on the scooter, but that's a ways. Judah Food Pantry. That's Frederick Avenue. Liberty Road. This Woodlawn. There's a lot of places. Timonium. 1701 Madison. Seventh-day Adventist Chesapeake Conference. Okay, I'm gonna try that place tomorrow, and then we'll try that other place. I really don't want to. All right, I'm sorry y'all couldn't see. I had opened up another window, but y'all were watching that last video. I opened up another window, and I was looking. I typed in free food, and I typed in my zip code, and they say it's a place a street over. It's either a block up or a block down. It's either a block up or it's a block down. We've rode down that street many a time. I've never noticed. I'm being serious. I've never noticed. What is it called? So, let's go take a look. Many times as I rode down that street. I'm dead serious. As many times as I rode down that street. And I rode down that street many a day. But check it out. We got... Oops. That's what I need to do. Go to this PC. Desktop. Action cam test. What day did we go early? That was at night. We need something during the day. Okay, was this during the day? No, that's at night. We need something during the day. That's really sad, ain't it? Anything in this folder? I don't know what's in there. What about this one? That's night. We need something during the day. We ain't got nothing during the day. No, we went to social services. Did we go to No, we went to Walgreens. Did we didn't go to the market that day. So what day did we go to the market? That was a night, wasn't it? Is that a night? Which way did we come back? Here when you get home. Oh, that still ain't no help. It's still nighttime. Okay, that's the market. Okay. Alright, they cut through, you going to the hospital. Hospital, we gotta go to the cardiologist. Okay.
get that motor working.
Okay, now go full screen. Is this 1500? Can anybody see?
Once we got a green light, we ain't know what it is.
We're looking for something called UMC. Is that the church? United Methodist Church?
Like on pain right in our face. Maybe the other car to get out of the way.
What I'm saying? I hope that's a church.
Would have been nice if somebody would have donated. I wouldn't have to come back out tomorrow or next day. It should be here Monday.
I can't tell.
I'll try and make this last.
I can't tell. I can't tell. I can't tell.
Can't look at it that way.
I can't tell. It's too dark.
What somebody did.
Let me see if I can find something during the day. See if we can find something during the day. I know it ain't that one. That was at night. What about this one? Okay, this is during the day.
Alright, Sean. Let's roll. And I'm trying to do the right thing and stay on the sidewalk.
Which way did we go home? Did we go straight down? I hate to admit it. I wouldn't mind going for a ride.
Come on, man. Alright, there we go. Yeah. I was never knew that Walker was back like that, y'all. That's crazy. I just don't get it.
Can anybody see a number?
You know, people was bumping me in the back of their cars.
Let's fast forward. Anybody see an address?
I was gonna get some of them giant slice hands. Everybody was over there. Couldn't get over there. I was gonna get some salmon. Couldn't get it. Everybody was over there. I'm like,
anybody make out the address?
Early in the morning.
I'm looking.
Now we gotta get that hill. We're going downhill right now. And then you see we can go up. One thing about Maryland, you go up, you go down. Up, down, up, down. I wasn't even thinking about crossing the street. How am I gonna cross this major thoroughfare?
Oh, you can't get an address.
I wasn't even thinking about that. You know, I ain't got no sense. How am I gonna cross this major thoroughfare?
All right, let me see what's here in the street sign.
That's where you.
Can anybody make out the numbers on that sign? Anybody? Anybody make out the numbers on that sign? I can't.
I don't know what I was thinking coming this way. I don't know what I was thinking, y'all, coming this way. Trying to avoid the traffic.
But I might need the light. This sidewalk's so raggedy, I don't think I can make it up there. All right, we got it this way. We got it this way. We got it this way. Come on, guys. There you go. We got it. We got it. Anybody make out the address? And then you just make me patient. We got it. And we gotta go to the last mountain here. Anybody see the address? Already. Now, I will. These cars are all parked on one side, so there ain't no chance for a spot right there. See, that's my fault. You know, I had 6 hours of harassment to catch up on. Oh no, we don't have permission to use that music anymore. Oh Lord. But we did have it at the time that we. I hope we don't get flagged. What'd you say, Naya? I sneezed? All right. Wait a minute. I'm doing it wrong. What is it called? All right, I see. So it is on the hill. It's on the hill. Okay. Well, let's see what it is. They only open on Tuesday. Okay. So it's on the hill. Right before you get to Kirk Avenue. So it's on the hill. Okay, it's that building on the corner. Okay. Now go back. Go to directions. See, that's what I did. See, I might have messed up. We might get flagged for that little bit of music, but I had permission when I played it. So go walking. See, there you are, 4 minutes. Satellite. Blow it up. Tyler Street. Here it is right here. This is it right here, y'all. Look how steep that incline is. Yeah. Yeah. Hopefully it ain't got no stairs. Okay. See, they got stairs right there. I like it for these stairs right here. All right. They said he only open on Tuesday, but I'm gonna call to be sure. But y'all see, look at that incline. The mountain. That's the mountain. Oops. But y'all see, so let's say they take Kennedy over. And since we here, I don't know, it is bigger. The apartment I got now is bigger. This is the one I want right here. If y'all look, y'all can see the alley. And see, this where the mechanic be at. And the garage right there. This a courtyard. And y'all can see, it is longer. Look at that. It is longer. It's longer. So it is bigger. My apartment is bigger than that one. But we had to see if this thing ever go away. We had to see. Because I don't know how far it goes in. This sticks out more, but this goes in. So I don't know if it stops or does it actually go in. We'll have to see. But it does look smaller. If you look, be honest, it looks smaller. All right, so I'll call them tomorrow. And if they open on Tuesday, we'll go Tuesday and get some food. And I ain't got to go over there. I just got to go up the mountain. Just got to go up the mountain, that's all. All right. Just got to go up the mountain. Coming around the mountain when she come. I'll be coming around the mountain when she come. Coming around the mountain, coming around the mountain. Coming around the mountain when she come. Thank you, jeez. We only got 36 views on that video. Well, we got 91 on the first one. We had 100 and something on both of these videos. Then it took us back down to 91 and 94. That's daggone shame. You just gotta take my stuff. Can't let a person be happy on nothing. It's sad. It's sad. You can't let a person have nothing. Can't let a person have nothing. I can't see what I'm doing. I'm trying to fix this hat. I can't see what I'm doing here. But you gotta look here. It's good, just like that. You can bring it over a little bit. There you go. Alrighty, y'all. It's going on 1 a.m. We've been here 5 hours and 15 minutes. And I appreciate y'all for rocking with me for the 5 hours. We're going to come here every day and check the count. And we're going to be each other's support system. We're going to get through this crisis. We are the United States of America, the best country in the world. We can beat this CV disease. We can beat it. We got to work together. Try not to infect each other. If we think we've been infected, quarantine yourself. If you feel symptoms, shortness of breath, fever, you come down with flu symptoms, quarantine yourself. Stay in the house. If we do that, we'll get through this. So everybody check in every day. Even if you don't stay, just come in and let us know that you okay. That's all I ask. Just come and let us know you okay. Y'all have a great night. See you, Naya, the driver. Liz fell asleep. Don't think about kids if you still, she sleep. And to the new person that came in here earlier, y'all have a good night, and I'll see y'all tomorrow. I'm getting ready to fry the last thing of chicken. I'm going to tear it up too. I'm going to tear them legs up. Y'all have a good night. Peace.